All right. What is up, everybody? Happy Friday. Welcome back. The stage of history. Welcome back to the world of Jiggy. And welcome back to Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Games. Friday night bonus stream. Sure to be riddled with technical difficulties. 7 o'clock laser beams. And Kong Strong Wild Power. Powered up and good to go, although I'm actually not quite powered up yet because I have to actually drink some of this, I think. There we go. What is up, everybody? What is up, Atomic Runner, Space Hopper Copter, Megami Infinite, Flamingo Jazz, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else? Thank you, of course, to Lord Atomic Runner for 49 months of unspeakable horror. This is indeed the famous world of Jiggy, and we are about to embark on a powerful quest tonight, I am sure, although the direction of said quest is, as usual, not as much in my hands as it is in yours. What is up, Mr. Fooey? Minecraft Dungeons? Is that the, I don't know if Diablo-like is an apt way of describing it, but that's what that is, right? I think so. I'm not very read up on Minecrafts or Diablos, but it's a title I've heard. But everyone loves making a good deal on a game one is excited to play. I respect that. What is up, Lomisar? I hope everyone is excited for some fighting games. I know I am. These streams always bear with them a promise of excitement, of surprise, delight, and the occasional technical difficulty, but you know, you can work around that. Diablo style games, your favorite genre? I never got into that kind of thing myself, but you know, a well-made one of those can sure be good at you know, tickling those endorphins. It seems to be I can see why people would be really into it, let me put it that way. Forgot this was happening at the office still. I am sorry to hear that, but I am trembling at the implication that exceptions or arrangements would be made specifically for the purpose of watching this nonsense, but I appreciate it, whether that is the case or not. Anyway, I'm in a good mood today. It's been a week of summer weather. This past week, we've had about as much or more summer than we've had in the entirety of 2023. And it looks like we're having at least one more week of summer. Who can say what June, July, and August will have in store, but I am soaking it up and enjoying it while I can. I had a, I don't know if I can call it having a bad summer, but last year, summer was really shitty. We just had cold weather and rain, and it was just miserable. And for those not familiar, those of us who live in the Scandinavian type region are not blessed with a lot of sunlight or warmth over the course of a typical year. So we tend to very highly value the little summer we get. And at least on a personal note, it tends to be what kind of powers me through the rest of the year. Because I do not care for winter, I do not care for darkness, I do not care for cold, and I do not care for snow. I definitely do not care for ice and slush and everything else, you know, lousy smarch weather and all that. There are parts of it that I can stomach, that I can put up with. But I can do so with the implied promise of light at the end of the tunnel in a almost literal sense, because spring and early summer is my favorite time of year by a vast margin, and I am enjoying myself very much, and it's like shocking, even to myself, what a tremendous impact the weather has on my, like, mental well-being and just state of mind. And I feel valuing this stuff, especially not just because we like had a lousy summer last year, but also because basically my seasonal depression got way worse than usual last year, and the past 6 months have been I don't want to say that the past 6 months have been a struggle. The last year has been a struggle, more likely, or more aptly. But in the last 6 months, I have kind of felt a gradual sort of upwards trend in just, I don't know, mental well-being, I guess is the way I would summarize it. And I'm excited about it. It makes me feel good. I do not care for darkness. Sounds like a battle quote against a big boss. I mean, sure, I'll take it. Have I considered moving to a different country if it makes me so miserable? Plenty of sun in many EU countries. I have lived in other countries. I have had positive and negative experiences with that. But I wouldn't say that it's that living here makes me miserable. I don't like winter, but normally it's like a couple of months of drudgery traded for a couple of months of absolute god tier paradise bliss. But last year the equation was kind of knocked on its side and it didn't quite add up, and it made me more miserable than usual. But the fact of the matter is, without any kind of winter, summer is not really special. Not to mention, as much as I may complain about cold, the cold is frankly my least, like, worrisome part of winter, because I am built for cold. I can deal with cold. You know, once it gets really cold, you know, like minus 25, minus 30, like, that's a nuisance. But, you know, temps of like minus 10, minus 15, like, that's not really a big deal. It's, you know, the added hassle of having to, you know, I don't even think of added hassle so much as it's like, it's a nice thing in summer where you can like go outside without having to put on a bunch of more clothes and shit. But the cold is like fine, and summer, I like summer, but I tend to like spring better, because right now we're having temperatures of around 25 degrees, 23 to 25, and that's like perfect for me. Any warmer than that and it's like, it starts to become a nuisance. I can enjoy like 30-degree weathers if I am literally like on a beach or laying down on a lawn and like doing fuck all. The moment I have to try to do anything at temperatures above like 25 degrees, it's a problem. So I'm not really looking for a warmer climate either. In fact, I like the climate we have here. I mean, currently, or what I'm used to anyway. It's just that when that equation gets knocked out of balance because summer gets all weird, and there, like last year, there kind of was no real summer, that's when things get a little bit problematic. But I guess we're kind of at the we're out the other side of it, so it's I'm not too concerned with it. I'm like, realistically, if this summer turns out to be just as bad, I mean, that would be shit. But I'd like to think I would be a little bit more mentally prepared for it this time, if that's the case. But I consider that the worst case scenario. 25 is way too hot to think. I mean, to be clear, I'm not talking about indoor temperatures. 25 degrees inside is like lunacy. That like, yeah, I can't do anything at that temperature. I'm talking about like being outside. Personally, I like it at like a cool 17 to 18 degrees or something inside. I like it cool. But in terms of like actual outdoors temperature, 25 is like blasting, scorching heat, sun summertime weather in my mind. But anyway, we're not really here to talk about the weather. Is there anything more mundane and boring than weather? I mean, I brought it up, so that's my bad, but I think we can think of some more, slightly more exciting things to spend our time with this evening, such as, for instance, versus fighting games. So I don't know what you guys had planned, but I had planned that I would play some fighting games, and I would put it in your hands to decide which games we are going to be playing. For those of you who may not have been around for these streams before, or are otherwise unfamiliar, the way this works is we have a list of games. The list can be found by typing !VS in chat. And we are working our way through this list, which is primarily populated with games in my collection. And we've been making some good headway over the last 4 or 5 years. We've made it through, as it stands, 76.97% of the list. But the list keeps growing, so it's a moving target, but we keep working at it. We will be doing raffles, where anyone can enter their name, and the winner will get to pick the game to be played. And once we have played a game for a sufficient amount of time, whether that is a complete arcade mode playthrough or about half an hour to 90 minutes, or whenever I get sufficiently mad at the game and give up, whichever comes first, we will move on to something else. We will do another raffle, we'll pick another game, and the cycle repeats. And we tend to go through, based on the amount of technical difficulties and other factors, let's say roughly 3 to 5 games on each of these streams. There will be channel point redemptions. You can spend some jig bucks to either bypass the queue entirely or pick what character I'll be using in whatever game we will be playing. By all means, please do peruse the list and pick out some options ahead of time. That way, if your name comes up in the raffle, we can progress smoothly and just get the game pick and get things moving. I should also mention that if you are an esteemed member of the Skull Club, i.e. subscribed to the channel, you will get preferential treatment and you will have increased odds of getting picked in the raffle. But as always, the power ultimately lies in who has the most effective rigging protocols, and that is certainly outside of my control. I'm just doing what I can to give subscribers perks, and after that, it's all up to fate. Can't believe the rate, exchange rate, con coins to jig bucks is 1-to-1. I mean, that's just how we roll. I just called up Shao Kahn and I let him know what's what, and that's that. It was just sorted, just like that. Very simple. You know, it's a nice luxury these days to have a financial matter work out simply, but we take those. All right, I had to maneuver my way around laser beam, but with that explained and everything ready to go, let me just double check. I don't have the thing inappropriately configured here. No, this looks all right. Why don't we set things up for the first raffle? What do you guys say? Let me see if I remember how to do this. Always a little dicey. We do these just seldomly enough for me to get a little self-conscious and confused about the shortcuts and scripts and whatever I have set up here. But I think we got this. So subscriber luck has been configured. Raffle is the keyword. I think we are set up. So, boom. Raffle is now open. Type raffle in chat within the next 2 minutes, and you will have the chance to pick the first game that we're going to be playing tonight. We have not had a huge amount of influx in added games to the list recently. I've not been buying many games in the immediate recent past. But we do actually have one new game on there today because I finally got around to downloading the free version of Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising. So that will be added to the list, but there's of course plenty of games on there that we have not really played in any capacity on stream, some of which I have not personally touched at all. But we have plenty of old familiar standbys as well. There's still a big pile of Street Fighter games in that anniversary collection, I think. I haven't really looked at the list though. Like, it's starting to feel like slim pickings because there's so many games that have been played, but there are still like 70 games available or something, so we're not really lacking for choice. What is up, Broccoli Donut? Bowling Mania, Fight Magic Item Run, welcome, welcome. Also, Broccoli Donut, just to be perfectly clear, you're welcome to wish everyone a nice waffle. Do make sure to spell raffle correctly if you do intend to enter. You can add some exclamation marks before or after, spice it up a little bit if you want. You can go for a raffle waffle or any other such combination, but do make sure to have the actual word raffle in there somewhere if you do want to join. What is up, Fight Magic Item 1? What's up here is we're getting beautiful summer weather and I am loving it. I spent some hours today just out walking. I did I guess we have a raffle. I got sidetracked talking about weather again. But I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Okay. Where's the button? Oh, there we go. Roll it. Boom. Megami Infinite. Congrats. You get to pick the first game of tonight's stream. Belgian raffle. That sounds pretty good. I got hoodwinked into buying some super shitty waffles, by the way. I, for some reason, thought that they would make for a nice little ice cream sandwich, but theoretically they might have if they weren't shit, but they were, alas. Some actual good ones would be nice. One moment. By all means, take a look at the list, come up with what you want to see me play, and in the meantime, we can talk about the weather. SD Hiryu no Ken, is that actually on here? I'm surprised. It is indeed. I would have thought for sure that we would have played that already. Great choice. I like this game, and I've been kind of itching to play it since we played the Super Chinese games the other week. SD Hiryu no Ken it is. Let's see if we can find it. It should be in here somewhere. Oh, there we go. I'm blind. I am blind. But now I see. Here we go. SD Hiryu no Ken. Let's hop on over to the Super Famicom scene. And let's see if we can get the capture up and running. Hiryu no Ken is an incredibly fascinating series, as is often the case with Culture Brain. We actually did play one of them, SD, no, not SD, Hiryu no Ken S Golden Fighter Hyper version, whatever it's called. That was on the compilation cartridge I got recently. I think this is the correct profile. And that one has a pretty sick story mode. The series, like, it has a bunch of different installments. Some of which, like this one, is a pure one-on-one fighting game. Oh yeah. Let's see. But the original Hiryu no Ken on Famicom is more of a action adventure fighting sort of thing. And like many Culture Brain games, it sort of transcends genre somewhat. All right, we'll let this attract mode play out while I do a slight bit of configuration here. Let me add some channel point redemptions for those who want to get into some of that action. And let me update the game info. There's another SD Hirunoken. I want to say it's on the N64, but I think there may be one on PlayStation also, and there may or may not be the same game. I'm not positive. I could be wrong on that. Let's see if we can get some cover art up here. That's terrible quality, but it'll do. It's tiny on the stream. Oh, dude. Characters in this are so sick. The pixel art's awesome, too. Like, the games run a little jankily, but they're surprisingly fun despite that. And the pixel art is just phenomenal. Super Chinese Fighter is very, very similar. All right, let me swap some things around here so I can actually see what's going on my end. Correct video source. My one. There we go. Shit's so cool. All right. I did enable the channel point redemption to pick my character. So if anyone has any choices there, do let me know. We can obviously take a look at the character select screen first. I reckon maybe not that many people are going to be super familiar with the roster of characters in this game. Gone. Okay, I have no idea what this is, but that'll be fine. Take a look here. So light punch, heavy punch, light kick, heavy kick, R for S step, and L for question mark. Wouldn't be a Culture Brain fighting game if there weren't things in the options screen that make you go, I have no idea what this is, but sure. So there is a story mode that I kind of did not really have a memory of, but I'm assuming that's like the arcade mode, and what's called tournament is probably an actual tournament bracket, like league kind of thing, I would suspect. But let's start the timer. The timer's not really, we're not speed running or anything. It's just to give me a rough idea of how long we spend with each game. To kind of warn me if it seems like we're spending a little bit too long. So I assume that story mode is the mode that we're going to want to play. Yeah, here we go. Fucking bootleg ass no character names on the character select screen. Oh yeah, this is the main character. This is Min Min. I love this design. Some of these main characters look a bit different between games, but I really like this design. There's Wyler, who looks like Chris from Resident Evil. He's pretty sick. Robot ninja dudes. Kind of Phoenix guy or whatever. So yeah, most of these characters' names just completely escape me at the moment. Oh, this is like the main rival character, I guess. I want to say this name is Roseman, this guy's name. Like a kickboxer. Pretty wild characters to pick from here. Question mark randomly resets the game or not? I mean, who knows? I might be a little scared of pressing the L button. So when I played this before, I played Powers. And I pretty much like figured out a command grab. And then I just 1cc the game just doing command grabs. And that was hella fun. So I'd be tempted to do that again. But also I've done that in the past. So I think we're going to go Wyler. It looks cool. Daddy and Jennifer. Alright, Daddy's stage, Sky Palace. So we'll see if I can figure out any special moves here. I don't have a manual or anything. If anyone would like to look up a guide or move list, by all means. But don't feel obligated. Ara, Daddy to tatakau ki? Daddy. Alright. Yeah, thanks for making light of them. Well, we'll see. who gets the last laugh. All right. Looks so good. All right, I'm trying to see if I can figure out what any moves are. Doesn't seem like I've got like quarter circle moves. I guess I can backdash. Oh, sick suplex. Sure, we can just do some suplex action here. You won. What's up, Running Wild? Happy Friday. Yeah, Daddy, pretty good character name. He might be a charge character. Nope. Oh. Might still, but there might be some strange like special move inputs. I'm not sure. So the R button. Okay, I can do. Okay, that's what S stepping is. I can do Fatal Fury leap into the background. Doesn't seem like I can necessarily do anything from there. But what would things be like in this world if I could just intuit mechanics in a Culture Brain game from playing it? Or having none of that. I'm just gonna suplex him instead. I fucking love the way these games look. Earthquaker. E-Quaker. Alright. Going good. Love to hear it. That's a cool design. Aga kami o ageme yo. Alright, okay. Music's going nuts. Oh! Okay, I don't know exactly what happened there. That was a kind of clash, or if he did some kind of parry, or what. Okay. Alright, so L button is a taunt. You can't cancel the taunt. Okay. I guess it's just a command grab? Alcyon 3's grandpa. He's definitely called Alcyon 3, by the way. Not Alcyon the 3rd. That's... No way, Alcyon 3. Man, Breaker's such a good game. I'd like to play that more at some point. Oh, that... Okay, so that was the actual first time I got a real combo. What if Weiler has command grabs also? Got a sick regular grab. The thought occurred to me that maybe he has a motion or something that doesn't have a whiff animation. Virtua stage, Japan, Kawada. Yeah, the stage designs are pretty sweet as well. Nanda kora, orto yaro tte no ka? Like, what's up? Say you want to fight me? Like, well, sure. Got some highly compelling narrative in this story mode. There is some kind of power gauge. I wonder if I can do some kind of Art of Fighting style charging. Otherwise, it seems to go up when you take damage or block. Hell yeah. Holding punch just doesn't really... Oh, do the poke. Pretty good. Pretty, like, good normals. Oh yeah, his light kick is the same. See if I can look up a move list while I'm playing. Oh, whoa, okay, that's a fast. Okay, I got some kind of a sleeper hold thing going there. That looked kind of cool. I don't know how I did that or what happened, but it didn't seem like it was a throw. It's like I jabbed into it. Okay, that definitely seems like a mechanic. Can I hold the step button? Oh. Super tech. Okay. I did some kind of guard canceling. Again, Ultra Brain fighting games, typically highly mysterious and advanced when it comes to mechanics. All right, it's time for the cultural sensitivity fight here. Let me real quick while dialogue is happening. I can bring this up on my phone real quick. SD Hiryu no Ken on strategy wiki moves. All right, here we go. Weiler. Interesting. Okay. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say it doesn't look like he has any specials, but no, it does. It's just listed in a weird way. He does have a... Yeah, it says front suplex. Wait, hang on. Is this the right game? I don't think this is the right game. Yeah, never mind. This is a fucking N64 game. Oh, boy. SD Hiryu no Ken EX for Game Boy Color. You know what? Actually, I might still... Even the N64 game might give us some hints what kind of moves he has. Well, in this one, he's got quarter circle moves. That doesn't necessarily... I mean, I tried that, but it's hard to say if it's like... the inputs are weird. Okay, never mind. This page... No, fuck it. Whatever. We'll make do. No, it was actually... It wasn't Strategy Wiki's fault. It was me not reading, because I was looking at the move list for SD Hiryu no Ken Densetsu, which is the N64 game. Because I was looking at the move list, and it's like, what's this yellow button? This doesn't look like a... It's like, oh, wait. It says here that you press C down to do a throw. It's like, yeah, I think this is probably not this game. Fuck it. Alright, whatever. In that game, he had a different throw with like back forward or forward back in the button. So we can try something like that. Dude, he's got the Joe and Mac. Oh my god, the active frames on that. Oh my god, the actual jukes. Pretty good throw animation. Oh, I can't jump over that. Shit. Destroying us. It's quite limber. Oh, shit. Okay, I did some kind of... Alright, so we should probably stay low and assume that he's gonna toss stone wheels into the air. Oh, shit. I did a rapid kick thing. That's the one simple fighting game special move input I didn't try. Literal mashing. Oh, he swung around. I guess that's a mechanic. A wheel kick looked fucking awesome. Literally just mashing, though. I don't really know how I did it. But it could be a thing. Like, I remember in Super Chinese Fighter as well, I was like a little unclear on... Like, I had moves I could consistently get to come out, but I didn't actually know what the input motion was. Didn't mean to jump. It's pretty funny, I got knocked away there, but the projectile still came out, so I didn't actually get hit by the projectile. Like, him just standing there holding the wheel has an active hitbox that's separate from the projectile. Anyway, we got through Uruka. That was a pretty tough fight, though. Shoryu. Okay, so that's... Okay. Mexico Pyramid. It looks a bit different, I think. Dude, every time the screen transitions, I'm like, oh, dude, that's a sick, like, heat ripple wave effect. I was like, no, that might just be my SCART cable. But it could be the screen transition having some kind of wobbly thing. But I always expect it to be like an effect that we see in the stage itself, but so far, nope. Ah, 久しぶり。僕の動きについてこれるかい? Alright. Long time no see. Can you keep up with my moves? Oh, we'll see. Quite easy to have, like, dashes get buffered in your, like, if you try to mash directions to get moves to come out. It's pretty easy for dashes to come out. Gotta say, it's quite the choice to have a foreground pillar obscuring the characters, like, literally in the corner. I mean, I guess it's a choice to have them anywhere. Seems like he's, like, breaking out of that sleeper hold. Seems like it's supposed to do more than whatever that was. But hard to say. Dude! Going full show bottle. Yeah, that's definitely a combo. Oh. That fucking move, though. That seems a bit cheap. Oh my god! Holy shit, that grab. Having that wall fly move be that safe seems a little bit of a questionable choice, but I mean, safe unless I'm in the corner. I think I did my fucking that kick looked like it was my like zero counter thing, whatever, like the guard cancel. Maybe it's because I get crossed up. Maybe you just press like forward and attack when you block. Because I pressed the punch button and had that, like, kick come out. Alright, got him. Whew, that's pretty intense. I think they did an awesome job with the stages in this, because they're very, like, atmospheric and cool, and there's a lot of them. Yeah. Dance of Flowers. They're very cool and atmospheric. And this one is actually a terrible example of what I was just about to explain, but I was going to say most of them don't feel like they're somewhat conservative in how they're made in terms of the tile and graphic data. Obviously in arcade games of the time, you know, with the bar kind of set by Street Fighter 2, technically, of course, everything is using tiles, but they have such vast, like, memory and storage capacity compared to, like, console games that they can kind of splurge on having a lot of unique art. So they can basically just sort of paint on a canvas for the background. They don't have to worry too much about repeating tiles and patterns. But on console, you don't really have that same luxury for the most part. And especially, you know, console-only fighting games, in a lot of cases, you see backgrounds that are very obviously tiled and kind of repeating patterns, and they look pretty basic. This one, I feel, definitely does move away from that a bit, and you can see things like that tree trunk behind my character is like very straight, so it's like repeating tiles. If you had it be like more curved, it would require more unique graphics. But the, you know, so yeah, there are repeated elements, but even so, like, the composition is kind of asymmetrical, and there are a lot of different parts with the grass and the trees and the flowers and everything, and it looks awesome. But even stages like the one we were just on before this, the Mexico pyramid stage, was like fairly symmetrical, quite a lot of repeated stuff, but they were very careful in the composition of it to make it not look super repeating. It's yeah, they've done a really good job of, like, making the most of relatively simple means for the backgrounds, but it's a great looking game in general. Like, the character sprites look phenomenal. Mixed Champion, what is up? Welcome. Yeah, this is Weiler, character in the Hiryu no Ken series, who bears a little bit of a resemblance to one Mr. Redfield. Oh, dude, you can just combo into the sleeper hold. I'm just mashing. It doesn't seem like you can, unless there's like some kind of follow-up. Like, that just seems to be what the move is. Maybe it's like forward light punch. Like, maybe you have a throw with the light punch button. That's what that is. I don't know. Not the voice I was expecting to come out of him, but it's funny how the SD fighting games, this one and the Super Chinese Fighter, which is the fighting game spin-off from the Super Chinese series, stylistically it's extremely similar to this. Like the characters could just cross over between the games and they would fit right in. It's like the exact same art style. Dude, that did a lot of damage. And that series started on the Famicom. And Kurenai Yuka, Kurenai Dojo. Alright, sick. That game started on the Famicom as kind of a single screen arcade action. Not a puzzle game exactly, but kind of a typical 80s single screen action game in arcades. And then on the Super Famicom, they did the Super Chinese World RPGs, which are, I mean, I guess you'd call them RPGs. They're a little bit like Zelda 2 with an overworld, and the combat is sort of side-scrolling, vaguely beat-em-up-esque. And the Super Chinese Fighter takes like the sprites are not the same at all, but the art style is kind of similar to the Super Chinese World RPGs, and even the Famicom games had like chibi kind of SD characters. But Hiryu no Ken has been all over the place in terms of art style, and even though there are Hiryu no Ken fighting games on Super Famicom, the one we played recently, Hiryu no Ken S Hyper version, has like a very strange art style. Like it's not bad looking per se, but it's got this weird kind of rotoscoped, almost CG looking style, and not very good animation. And then you have this that's like super refined pixel technique, like great use of color, just a like very expressive characters, and it's just really cool. But I don't want to mean that it's wasted or it's a bad thing or whatever, but the fact that it's this SD style, it's charming, but it kind of makes you want to see what this like pixel art technique would look like if they applied it on characters, like larger characters on screen with slightly more not realistic proportions per se, but like, you know, not super deformed. I mean, I'm sure it is a concession to a degree of like it's easier to justify characters who are a little bit smaller on screen by making them sort of chunky with big heads and whatever else, and it works well. It's not an issue by any stretch, but it would have been sick to see like a sequel to this on PlayStation that used like sprites like these but a bit larger and maybe a bit more animation and at 60 FPS. That would have been fucking incredible. That said, Virtual Hiryu no Ken on PS1 is still a pretty cool game, but it's all polygonal. And I think the SD Hiryu no Ken on N64 is also polygonal, like Sonic the Fighters looking. That's kind of cool. The Powers is like kneeling when I'm choking him because he's so tall. Dude, I just no-soul that so hard. Just bounced right back at my feet. I mean, I did take damage, but... Oh, there we go. I was just about to say, it'd be sick if I could get that wheel kick to come out again. I guess it's like half-circle back kick. But I'm mostly, like, I'm basically sticking out to normals, and then I'm sort of mashing out the motion buffered in the normal. So, because if in neutral, if I'm just trying to do half circles, if I do one half circle and a button, like I can't, if that is the motion, can't get it to come out. And if I try to mash the motion too hard, I'm likely to get dashes to come out, and that happens. So I'm basically like repeating the motion over and over while I'm mashing the button, and eventually it'll come out. I'm just trying to see if I can get some other move, but alright, let's suplex him. Between the suplex, the sleeper hold, my very far-reaching normals, and the wheel kick, I think we'll do alright. Min nice typo there. Hong Kong Town. Oh, dude, this looks fucking sick. Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Chang's Fatal Fury 2 stage, except they're that giant like boat restaurant isn't there. It's probably basically the same location. All right, fight Min Min. Oh, there we go. That's her name spelled correctly there. Super tech. Oh yeah, I did another super tech. That looks sick. Alright, she's got like the reverse issue of primitive caveman guy. That her projectile leaves like the perfect arc for me to jump over. That fight announcement sounds a lot like Fighter's History Dynamite. Fucking me up a little bit. It definitely looks like that wheel kick is plus on hit, by the way. I'd mentioned that when I played this before, I kind of stumbled my way into a 1cc with powers. I guess it kind of seems like the level of challenge isn't tremendously high in general. Oh, dude, that wind effect on the grass is so clever. I think if they'd had the foreground layer actually move, they could have really sold that effect super well. It's still like, I'm blown away by how kind of clever it is. It works pretty well, but it's definitely a bit marred by the fact that the grass, like we have those few blades of grass moving in kind of the middle ground, but the foreground is like conspicuously static. What's up, Tonagos? I am blown away, all right? Shall be left unsaid whether the pun was intended or not, but looks fucking sick. You're doing well, Tonda. Happy Friday to you. And Hayato's a cool looking character. I mean, so is everyone else, I guess. Okay, it kind of does, I don't know, frame data is a little bit okay, I do have a heavy wheel kick. Okay, that was a different special move with the mashy kicks, which isn't done with a mashing motion, I don't think, or a mashing input command. Who can say? Yeah, I don't know my character's moves, so we're kind of improvising here. Is a mash input? Like, the game looks awesome. It is fun to play. It's like pretty satisfying, but the frame rate and inputs are definitely a bit dodgy. So it's not super easy to like kind of intuit what's going on. All right, cool. We actually landed that. The difficulty seems very accommodating. Alright, Yuhi. The difficulty seems very kind. However, we shall not rule out the possibility of a sudden and gigantic difficulty spike at the final boss, as was the case in Super Chinese Fighter. That game has like the item mechanic and stuff going on, but yeah, that game had a absurd final boss that can like heal itself and do all kind of weird shit. And I want to say that Virtual Hiryu no Ken on the PS1 also had an extremely cheap final boss. Wheel kick, please. Alright, sure, we'll just do that. Fucking pieced out like a Street Fighter 1 character, just flop to the ground. Also, how fucking sick is this stage? Big old dragon rock formation. We got some parallax scrolling. This like little outcropping here with the piled up stones. Dude, is he like plus? I feel like I should be able to punish that. I guess, yeah, his heavy punches aren't cancelable. Hitbox. Nice. Well, I guess I have pretty giant hitboxes on my stuff too, so. Good old fucking 90s hitboxes. Love to see it. Would be cool if there was an updated version, same art, smoother animation, and frame rate. Southeast Asia Jungle. Yeah, I was kind of saying the same thing when we were talking about these games recently when we were playing the other Hiryu no Ken game and Super Chinese Fighter, that... Well, I was about to say I'm surprised there isn't, but then again, why would I even be aware of it if there was? But I'm surprised I haven't seen someone do like a Mugen or Ikemen remake of this. Like, just rip all this graphics and make something out of it. Whether it's like a faithful remake of this or just something else entirely, you can make a game that I think would be just instantly aesthetically appealing, if nothing else. Like, yeah, the characters don't have a huge amount of moves and animations, but more than enough, you know. Oh, dude, how sick is that? Dude, my health, though. You know, people have done a lot of things like that. Obviously, the entirety of the Mugen scene is all sort of built on people ripping assets and kind of recreating things. You know, for a long time, there were not really the resources or knowledge to recreate things accurately. So people either did their best to kind of do it by feel, or just said, fuck it, I'm just going to do whatever I think is cool. Roseman. England Big Ben. I love the little icon for each stage too. That's so cool. Dude, the color palette, like the I love these sort of pastel colors, and the contrast is so well done with the softer colors in the background and the sort of more high contrast characters. Like, the readability is great, and it just pops, looks awesome. And again, such an incredibly like well thought out use of tiling. Like, obviously you can see that the ground plane and the closest sort of wall is completely symmetrical. It's mirrored. You can see the seam kind of down the center, and you can tell that in the background the cityscape has a lot of repeated patterns with the buildings. The towers that we see on the far right are kind of the same, but everything is sort of offset a little bit in the position. We see just a tiny smidge of a corner of Big Ben there on the right, and the wall on the left. Like, I don't know, it's very well considered. I'm very impressed with these backgrounds. But yeah, to finish my thought about the Mugen stuff, there have been countless people who have obviously just, you know, at least back in the day when I was sort of active or following the Mugen scene 25 years ago, that's like my frame of reference. But you know, people who generally just kind of make individual characters, but there's always been people who kind of made the effort to make these fully sort of self-contained complete games, and very few of those are like a completely original thing, because it goes without saying that it's a lot easier to both borrow IP but also literally borrow art assets than just creating something from scratch. And you know, there's a bunch of like Mortal Kombat fan games and stuff, and you know, people have done their sort of fan remakes of Street Fighter 1 with like Street Fighter 1 graphics, but like Street Fighter 3 and Street Fighter Alpha mechanics and all kinds of weird shit. So I would kind of suspect that there is some kind of Hiryu no Ken game out there. But if there isn't, I think for sure it's like extremely ripe material. I think you could make something super cool with this. And again, you have Super Chinese Fighter as well, which has like the same kind of art it would fit together really well. So you can already have like a really huge roster. I mean, that's the other thing that's impressive about this. Yeah, the characters don't have huge move lists or a ton of animation. Is he? Yeah. Sick. But there's a lot of fucking characters. And I think the it's not something I've like spent a lot of time with. I've dabbled with things here and there, and I've been involved in some Mugen projects sort of in the periphery. But I would definitely think it would be fun to take like the characters from this game, have all the sprites, and then sort of, you know, add a few extra animations for things, like maybe add additional frames to existing animations. Holy shit, that was sick. But also, like, this game is a 4-button game. Well, I can press the R button to do that. But there are only 4 attack buttons. Oh, the rose fell down. So maybe you could sort of... it wouldn't be too difficult. Obviously, you have such a great reference with the sprites that are there that I don't think I would have too hard of a time adding like medium attacks to the characters or something like that. So if you were to make a game like just filling in some blanks and adding a few things, like I think that would be super fun. Also, holy shit, this level, fucking Cyber Ninja Biolab. This music too, pretty sick, isn't it? And also, yeah, Beats of Rage for sure. There's like a million fan games in that. I mean, Beats of Rage itself, the bundled assets are all like King of Fighters. Just like stolen shit from KOF. Or at least it used to be when I last looked at it 20 years ago. Not sure exactly what he's doing when he's like sprayed out like that, but doesn't seem to be an immediately huge threat. Doing wheel kick do chip damage? Building up his white gauge. Good noise. I'm not sure if we've seen that gauge fill up all the way yet. I'm assuming it's gonna give access to kind of some kind of desperation move or something, but back. Oh no! What the hell? I was trying to go for a reversal throw. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hypothetical sort of fan game projects like that I think would be super fun to involve myself with, whether they are ongoing existing projects or something I would just be making up. But I've got a lot of things on my plate. Ima koroshite yaru. Hakugo shiro. Kill you. Prepare yourself. Suzaku. I like the stage is like darkened. So this guy was pickable on the character select screen, so I don't think this is the actual boss. Special moves are so cool. Oh, nice. Yep, that should be it. Nope, I fucked it up. Alright. No, oh, I was trying to go for a suplex. Alright, we got fucking 1990s recovery. The 1cc still alive. Ouch. Ah! It's funny too that like the projectiles, a lot of them are like flashing, and at this frame rate, it's it means they can kind of travel what feels like halfway across the screen in between like the actual projectile being visible, just like flashing in and out of existence as it travels. All right, okay. Parashi Pawada. Robot Ninja seems to be impressed, unless there's some disembodied narrator voice talking. Not exactly sure what's going on. Alright, he's laughing. What is someone on Nisimo? Alright, okay. We fought a fake. Cover the real boss. I will say, in my experience, these games do tend to have pretty sick boss characters. So we'll see. Oh, takes off into space. I was gonna say I was gonna assume that wasn't it, but I guess that's a staff roll. Shoutouts to Lord Academia Yuminosuke. I guess we did it. It's a 1cc, so I would imagine that there wasn't supposed to be some other final boss after that. But it could be a thing where you have to, you know, it might be based on the character you're using or difficulty level or something else. To be clear, the game has a big roster of characters, so it's not like completely unheard of. Do not have extra hidden boss characters or anything. But I'm a little bit surprised because I remember it's not that there is necessarily a specific evil Dark Lord boss who tends to show up. If anything, that was probably him. Like Suzaku is kind of a recurring villain character. But just based on dude, that animation is sick. My recent interaction with these related games kind of set the expectation. But yeah, this game, regardless, this game is sick. I like this game a lot. It's like clunky and a little unresponsive and a little... Obviously, there's a lot of technical aspects where compared to other fighting games, it falls short. But it's got so much personality, and the art and presentation is truly, I would say, like among the best on the system, easily. Like, obviously, you have stuff like Street Fighter 2 Turbo and, you know, a few other arcade ports, although I guess there aren't that many that would, like, hold up super well. But especially in terms of original Super Famicom, like, console-developed fighting games, there are games that certainly have more animation than this. But I would say, in most people's estimation, TMNT is probably up there as like the top tier of original fighting games. And yeah, this isn't as like polished or smooth or technically well executed. And these animations though, but I really don't think it's any like worse looking. Chibi UFO, what's up? Do wrestling games count as fighting games for the purposes of this stream? Not as a general rule, but it depends a little bit. Categorically, I include things that I deem close enough to the platonic ideal of a versus fighting game. And I'm sure there are a few wrestling themed games. Oh, it's pretty cool Weiler's like last, because played as him, I guess. Oh. Okay. Sonic thousands, I guess. Sonic thousands, like super move motion. That was pretty cool. You can consult the list, exclamation mark VS. I'll drop it in chat. Why not? You'll see what's on there, and the games that are on the list are the ones that are eligible. I'm pretty sure I would have had Onita Atsushi's FMW on the list, but I'm pretty sure we've played that. There may be some other wrestling-esque game, but I've definitely not included my like collection of wrestling games in the list. Chibi UFO, you're welcome to pick something, but it has to be a game that is on the list. To my knowledge, that is not a game that's on my list, but do feel free to consult and pick anything that strikes your fancy. If you decide that there's nothing on here that you would like to pick and you would like to rescind and get a refund, I'm totally fine with that. I don't want to make you feel like you got hoodwinked by not knowing the rules or what was up. But do take a look at the spreadsheet, see what's up, and in the meantime, I will mark this game as completed. Thank you very much for this pick. Megami Infinite, this was a fun time. Like I said, I really like this game, and I'm happy to show it off, even if I don't really know what I'm doing. Where are we? SD Hiryu no Ken. Do I know the alphabet? There we go. Today is 2024-05 17th? The 17th day, right? It is, yeah. And I will mark this as red. I'll give Chibi UFO a minute to pick a game, so I won't start a new raffle, but we'll enjoy the attract mode. And I'll hydrate in the meantime. Actually, let me take a quick look. Was there like a practice mode here, or did I make that up? Flashing. There is a practice mode. Does it actually like teach anything? Pick what? Oh, it's sick. You can cycle through colors. Dude, there's a lot of colors. That's actually pretty sweet. I didn't realize you press the L and R buttons to cycle through colors. I, of course, got the Goku colors. Like, having this many colors, and they actually all look pretty nice and have, like, great variety. That's really cool. Virtua Fighter 10th anniversary. All right. Let me take a look. That should be fine. I don't think we've played it. Yeah, that's totally fine. We'll absolutely do that. Whoop. Oh, there was like lesson plans. I just got fascinated with this. But I'll save that for another time. It looks like you had like different... Oh yeah, there's like fucking tutorial and shit. She's like explaining mechanics. This is insane. I think she's explaining how to do the special tech. Dude, this... Culture Brain, man, they do such incredibly sick shit, but we will leave this for another time. Mike, what is up? Do I have the 10th anniversary disc? Yes, I have the reissue that came with Virtua Fighter 5, because I bought Virtua Fighter 5 for the PS3 when it launched in Japan. So let me dig that up. I should have that here. It originally came out as a standalone thing, and I want to say it was included as a bonus in the overseas version of Virtua Fighter 4 Evo. So here is the Virtua Fighter 10th anniversary Kokuban, which is the reprint, reissued. So when you bought VF5 new in Japan, it was like a bundle with the PS3 case for the PS3 game with the disc in a full like PS2 dual case. So technically it is a kind of special edition, because it wasn't this specific version was not sold individually at retail. It was like a pack-in, not pre-order, but like first pressing bonus that came with Virtua Fighter 5. But as far as the disc contents, to my knowledge, they are identical to the original release. All right. Set up. Very quickly figure my virtual memory card. Yeah, I do actually have I have the US version of Evo, as well as the Japanese version. This was actually the first PS2 game that I bought when I bought my PS2. I got Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution. I had a modded PS2, so I got the US version because I guess it was cheaper. Or maybe I probably feared that the PAL version was 50 hertz without being entirely sure, so I just opted for the US version. Can't exactly remember. Anyway, Memcard Pro. Make sure. I don't know that we need a memory card for anything here, but we might as well because we might be playing something else here. All right. That and this. Yeah. Dick. I've been halfway tempted to buy the Virtua Fighter 4 stick for the PS2 because you can get it pretty cheap. It's obviously not super practical because it basically has 3 buttons. It has more buttons, but it's only got 3 like full-size buttons. Yeah, I got the RetroTink 5X when it first came out, I think. I remember it. I actually ordered it on stream because the pre-orders opened while I was streaming, and it's like, Sega! It's probably gonna sell out in 2 minutes.
Sega AM2.
So I just ordered it. All right, let me update some details here. Oops. Yeah, so you see the cover art here with Akira. This is the reprint. I think the original release had Sarah on the cover. It was not Akira anyway. Did I set it up personally or follow a guide? I mean, it doesn't really take much setup. It takes a hell of a lot less setup than the OSSC did. I may have looked at some stuff, but I mean, I've had it for like 3 years or something, so I don't really remember a lot of details about how I configured things 3 years ago. Or however long I've had it. Since it came out. UFO says, really like Culture Brain, warts and all. Big fan of the Super Chinese games. Yeah, I think they're Culture Brain are just an incredibly fascinating company. I don't think I've played a game of theirs that I would not call like fascinating. I'd like to play the Famicom Super Chinese games more. I've played. I want to say that the pirate cart that my friend had with quote-unquote 700 games on it had at least one of those games on there, because I vaguely recall playing it.
Sega
the Super Chinese World games aren't really my jam. I mean, I don't like RPGs in general, even like good ones. So ones that are like a little bit awkward and strange and hard to play are going to be a little bit of a uphill battle. But the Hiryu no Ken games, I think, are really cool. And didn't they also make... I forget what they're called, but they're like a ninja platforming series about a bunch of, like, teenage ninjas who are in, like, ninja school or something. I got one of them, and then there's, like, 2 or 3 of them on Super Famicom, I think. I don't remember specifically that they are Culture Brain games. They just definitely seem like they would be. But I cannot remember the name of the series offhand. All right. So wait, was there a opera? Yeah, I guess I just saw it on the screen. I just wanted to see. Was there a? Yeah, 2003. So I'm pretty sure again, this is the exact same. It's just a literal reprint of the disc with a different box, basically. Right, VF1 characters. VF4 Evolution Mother no Kara ga detsururu koto desu. Yeah, so this is pretty cool. We can choose whether we want only VF1 opponents or the full roster. Let's go with the full roster. Wonder why Final Tune never got a port. I mean, it would have been nice for sure, but it's pretty typical in a way. Evolution, I would imagine, probably. I don't want to say that it didn't sell well, but like in America, it was released as a greatest hits. Like it released at $20, so it was clearly by Sega of America seen as a like budget kind of thing. Like they didn't consider it something they could sell at full price or even like $40. And obviously VF4 Evo, famously for anyone who's played it, has like very extensive training stuff. Like it was widely regarded as the gold standard for offline single player content in fighting games, in the context of like learning how to play the fighting game part of it, not just for the training stuff, but like the quest mode and everything was just like really, really sick. And it's one of those things where that game did that and it had zero impact on how anyone else did anything in fighting games for the following decade. So I'm obviously only speculating. This is pure conjecture, but it's not too difficult for me to see that the effort put into that port in that game was not necessarily felt to be, you know, justifying putting much more work in a, like, porting Final Tune would have quite definitively have been diminishing returns, I would imagine. And I mean, the original VF5 port was also like very bare bones, relative. I'm not sure exactly when Final Tune came out, but I don't know if it was 03, 04. Maybe it just seemed like, I don't know. Maybe if Evolution hadn't come out, I think it would have stood a much greater chance of being ported. But since it never did have a port, I've never actually played it, so I don't know much about it. July 2004, yeah. I guess it might have been felt that VF4 was just long in the tooth at that point. It might have been a tough sell. Because if the arcade version came out in summer 04, a home port would have probably essentially have been competing with Tekken 5, which came out in like March 05 or something. So maybe it just seemed like it wouldn't be, I don't know, worth it. Obviously, I can't speak for why it didn't happen, but kind of is what it is. Obviously, VF5R never had a home port either. And I mean, Final Showdown didn't either for like years. I think Final Showdown came out in 2010, 09 or 2010. And the port, the Xbox Live Arcade version came out in, I think, 2012. So there was like at least a good 2 years in between there. Anyway. This default control scheme is like lunacy, yeah. Although I actually kind of want to, because the layout of my stick is a little funky, I want this so I can play it on the actual rightmost buttons on the stick. L2 is guard, L1 is punch, square is kick, yeah. What is up, the opponent? Everybody needs to play more Virtua Fighter. This series is sick. I was very underwhelmed with Ultimate Showdown because the online was dog shit. I'm not in love with all of the graphical changes they made either. It's mostly unobjectionable, but there are a few things that I really don't care for, like the hit sparks and the new UI and Like, the character graphics are mostly fine, but some things look a little bit weird being used to the original. And it's missing a million things. Like, all the customization is, like, almost all of it. Well, there's been more added with DLC, I guess, but it's missing a shit ton of stuff from the original still. And it had some cool ideas, like the main menu just having, like, getting a feed of online match replays, like, on the actual main menu screen is an awesome thing. And I don't know, there were, like, when that game first came out, it's obviously only on PS4, but there were, like, leaks or sort of data mining from the website that showed, like, Steam and Xbox logos somewhere. So who knows if there had ever been, because if that had come out multi-platform with crossplay with online that functions, like, it would have been sick, and it would have definitely been able to be a shot in the arm for the international VF community, I would imagine. But as it stands, it was kind of definitely a fumble, in my opinion. I mean, speaking as someone who was super excited to play it, day one sat like 3 hours in training mode, and then like 3 minutes online basically before going, well, never mind. What's up, Hachu? Thank you very much. I do like to groom myself at least yearly, cut my hair, and try to look civilized. Obviously, I know better than to hope or expect Virtua Fighter 6 specifically, but I'm eager to see if the current landscape of fighting game and fighting game news can somehow result in something coming out of VF. All right. So who do we actually play? All right, we got a minute and a half to decide. We do have the alternate con. Yeah, so of course the VF1 characters just have their VF1 looks, which is kind of funny to see because obviously the VF4 characters have like relatively, you know, the two costumes look pretty different. Not so much the VF2 characters, interestingly. Yeah, I guess they didn't bother. Well, I guess they are different. But the VF1 characters at the time, they just are just like color swaps. It's a bit weird. But man, what a cool, strange thing this product is, by the way. So in case you're like confused and have no idea what this actually is, like I said, this was like a bonus thing released for the anniversary, which is basically Virtua Fighter 4, but with VF1 graphics. It has the Virtua Fighter 4 characters, and like a lot of it looks like VF1, but it doesn't play like VF1. I guess Sarah is the character I'm slightly more comfortable than anyone, just mashing buttons. Oh yeah, that's right, I'm using these buttons, I forgot. The classic VF music's so good too. Yeah, so the animations are all VF4, like the announcer and everything. The voices, like it's just literally only the graphics and the music and the UI. Alright, that's how we do that. Yeah, we're definitely getting some upscaling funkiness with the interlacing, looking a bit funny, but yeah. That's kind of comes with the territory with streaming PS2 stuff. It's just kind of more noticeable in some games than others. I didn't start the timer, thank you. It's not really that important, but if it's on there, might as well use it. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Fight one. Ready? Go!
This is Wolf's stage, right? music is so fucking good.
Ready?
It's weird too because like I'm more used to hearing like certain arranged version. I have one or two like BF image albums, so I'm not that used to hearing the actual like original in-game versions of some of these songs. Oh, okay, that's that move. Nice.
KO.
So Sarah's usually my go-to character. I mained her for the brief time that I played Evo. But you know, and I've dabbled in 5 and Final Showdown, and in all of those games, like her moves are kind of different. So even my like muscle memory, as it were, is not really doing much for me. I mean, I definitely don't know any combos or anything, but so, okay, one thing. Yeah, okay. So the game, I think, punish, I guess. Yeah, I just, it didn't occur to me because I wasn't thinking about it too hard, but this game's definitely not VF4 because I don't think it has evades. And I'm not sure if like tech rolling works the same either. But it's got like some classic BF flavor in that, which obviously probably also makes like the actual BF4 moveset of a lot of characters like completely unbalanced and fucked up. Bad to guess. Alright, Shun's about to destroy us. Okay, got a bit lucky there. Like, needless to say, the moveset of any character in BF4 would be balanced around the fact that you have an evade. Like, it would be balanced around the mechanics of the game. So you strip some of those mechanics out, and things are going to be a little bit weird. Oh my god. Okay. That's fucking sick, though. Oh, crouch throw. Oh, okay. I'm slightly surprised I survived that. Definitely surprised I took that round.
Fight 2. Ready? Go.
Guess there's no... Okay. Zero frame throw. Nope. Crouch dashing, maybe, I think. Punish. I don't know always strings or anything at all. Ah, I should have just guarded. I snuck in a 2P there. But...
Fight 3. Ready? Go.
Turn around, please. Okay, looking pretty all right. Like, you can't roll like I'm used to. So I'm like, I was freaking out because I couldn't get out of the way when I got knocked down. This is Virtua Fighter 10th Anniversary. It's a special release for, as you may have guessed, the 10th anniversary of Virtua Fighter. And it is basically a weird stripped down version of VF4 Evolution with Virtua Fighter 1 graphics. Dude, I have no fucking clue how to fight Lei Fei. This was released as a commercial disc in Japan. In overseas region, it was included as a bonus on the Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution disc. Okay, I don't know how I got like a side back throw or whatever there, but the version we're playing is the Holy shit. Is the reprint that came as a first press bonus with Virtua Fighter 5 on the PS3 in Japan.
Ready? Go!
Good damage.
KO!
Yeah, if he's in a stance, he's not gonna block a wake-up kick, I guess, so. Still alive. Difficulty scaling is gonna throw a wrench in things pretty quickly, I think, though. I'm a little scared that we haven't fought Jeffrey or Wolf. Jeffrey in particular, I don't know, maybe it's just VF2 trauma. I guess Kage, Pai, Akira, anyone can destroy us. Really. That. So yeah, the fact that you get those like big knockdown, like down attacks, that's not really a thing in VF4 the same way. But because this doesn't have tech rolling, you have a lot more of those like guaranteed down situations. There's a catch throw, right? That's a sick move. Not exactly what I meant to do. Yahoo!
Fight one!
All right.
Ready? Go!
That metal sound, fucking dural sound. Bonk. Oh, ouch. I didn't mean to do that.
KO!
Dude, we have so many lucky clutch rounds.
Fight two! Ready? Go!
Good damage. Try to, there we go. I just wanted to punish throw. Throw punishes, I think, I'm not sure. BF4 doesn't have zero frame throws like 3 and 5. But I reckon throws are, I don't know frame data very well, so I would assume that they're still among the faster moves I can do, so they're probably still a decent punish.
Fight one!
Final
Ready?
stage, alright.
Go!
I'm guessing there's still a draw fight after this. Ouch. Oh, this sounds.
KO!
Yeah, you said nothing makes me happy as VF animations. Nothing makes me as happy like VF sound effects. They're so fucking
Fight
good.
two! Ready? Go!
Okay, luckily that down attack whip, but all right, we're not winning. I didn't mean to do that. That's like the worst. Okay, my fancy KG cancels are not going to save me. I don't have enough time to kill him, probably.
KO!
Ah, okay. No 1CC, but still, I performed better than I would have expected for sure.
This isn't the last you've heard of me.
Neck
Thank
looking
you.
a bit disjointed there. But I mean, of course,
Fight one!
the VF4 animations aren't really designed for the VF1 character models or vice versa. Bounce beat. Some weirdness like that. I have no idea, like, I would expect to have a punish
KO!
if I block his low wake-up attack, but I'm not sure if there's like a wild rising kick or
Fight two! Ready? Go!
what I can do. Ah, I'm trying to throw him. So VF1, of course, doesn't have like throw whip animations. So the interactions with throwing is like super confusing. It's like very unintuitive visually what's happening if you're failing a throw. And I assume that there are throw escapes in VF1, but I'm not sure how it works exactly. Because yeah, there's no whiff animations for throws. Like when I input a throw, my character does nothing. Except if it connects, obviously. A lot of things like that are what makes early 3D fighters like really difficult to play nowadays. Staff roll? Or draw map? There we go. On the stage.
Go!
Kinda weird. Maybe this is the draw stage, I guess. Like, seems weird that it's in the same stage. So obviously it's not the VF1. I mean, I guess it's a special version of draw as well. 'Cause, yeah, it's just got moves from all the characters and shoots, drinks, and everything. But I guess this is probably what it looks like in one.
Go!
That's extremely unsafe. Yeah, fucking juggling with Tetsuzanko. Pretty sick. It's weird seeing her like posture and her stance like that. I mean, I guess it would be from VF4. The raw's always been a bit weird. Up that demo. Only time we've beaten draw was in VF3. Yeah, it's. Oh, dude, look at this. Fucking sick is. Oh, dude. The history of Virtua Fighter, but like I'm just like was mesmerized by the visuals. Dude, the release date of every individual CG Portrait series release. I have all of those, by the way. I don't have the draw one, but that's because it's actually expensive and rare. Dude, half of them came out before the Saturn port of Virtua Fighter 2. That's interesting. So the Virtua Fighter CG Portrait series, for those not familiar, they released one for each character, and it's like a image slideshow and a song. Yeah, Virtua Fighter CG Portrait series, the final duel. As you see there, it doesn't even have a release date. That's because there were 10 discs released, one for each character, and they were like 1,000 yen or 1,500 yen or something. And if you bought all 10, you could like, you know, cut out a little what do you call it? A little thing on the back of the manual or whatever. And it was like a mail away offer. If you sent in proof of purchase, basically of all 10, you would get the dual disc in the mail. So the 10 regular ones, at least one of the ones I have is actually factory sealed. Like they're a dime a dozen, like they're everywhere kind of. So I have all of them, the regular ones, but the dual one is
over.
Certainly compared to the other ones, at least, rare and expensive. Thank you for playing. You are a real Virtua Fighter. Yeah, the CG Portrait series is a series of retail disc releases for the Saturn that have like a menu and you can play. So it's a song, it's an album. I have that album as well. It's an album of like character themes. It's not music from the game. It's like an image song for each of the characters, which it's like a vocal theme with lyrics. So the CG Portrait series is basically a slideshow of like CG renders of the character with the song for the character playing over it. And I think you can do like a karaoke option where it plays the instrumental version with lyrics. And like that's it. But like I said, like they were not like full price game releases. They were like 1,500 yen or something, whereas standard retail price for a game would have been maybe 6,000 yen or something like that. But Virtua Fighter was a big fucking deal in Japan at the time, so it was, you know, it was justified. It's the kind of thing they could do back then, in Japan anyway. Raccoon asks, is this a port mostly of the arcade version? This is an original game. It is a kind of funky amalgamation of Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution and Virtua Fighter 1. It is closer to... In a lot of ways, it's closer to Virtua Fighter 4 than it is to Virtua Fighter 1. 4 Evo being the most recent Virtua Fighter game at the time of this release. It has all the characters from Evo, and the characters have their moveset from Evo, but the mechanics, the system mechanics, are like sort of closer to VF1. There's no evading, there's no throw whip animations, there's no tech rolling. So it plays like kind of a weird mix between VF1 and VF4 Evolution. This was released at retail in Japan in 2003. I'm pretty sure it was a retail release. I'm actually not positive because the version I have, the one you see right here, is the re-release that came bundled with the PS5 port of Virtua Fighter 5 in Japan. In the West, this game was included as a pack-in bonus, basically. It was accessible from the main menu as a bonus option within Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution. Which is kind of crazy when you think about it too. Like, I cannot imagine a scenario where Sega would be comfortable releasing this as a retail thing in the West. I guess I also struggle to imagine a world where Sony would be comfortable with Sega releasing this as a retail thing in the West. But yeah, you know, Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution was a standalone release. I'm assuming full price in Japan. This came out probably not full price, but you know, as a standalone thing. But in America, I'm not sure about PAL regions, but in America, Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution released only as a greatest hits release at $20, and it also included this as a bonus. So you got a lot of fucking Virtua Fighter for your money. No, the Virtua Fighter 2 CG series are Saturn software to play on your Sega Saturn. They are not like VCDs or... Technically, I think you might be able to pop them into your PC, and there might be some images and stuff, because there are games like that where Saturn has its own like file system, but like consoles in general. But there are games where if you put the game disc in a Windows PC, there would be basically like a Windows partition on the disc with content that's kind of like omake bonus content. I don't remember offhand if those discs had that, but it wouldn't shock me if they did, because they would have had room for it for sure. There's not really that much content on them. But now I'm a little unsure off the top of my head if that's a thing that was common on or happened at all on Saturn games. I want to say that it was, but it might be... I might be getting it mixed up or conflated with something else. I'm not sure. I guess we'll stop the timer there. A nice brisk playthrough. I mean, this game, there's not a lot to this game, but it's sick. It's kind of cool. For those who missed the beginning, I can pop in here real quick just to show you what the character select looks like. So this is like the Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution character select screen. So the VF1 characters have like their VF1 visuals. And the characters from later games, the VF4 characters in particular, like very specifically have their VF4 costumes recreated in VF1 style. I guess Shun and Leon, this is like the VF2 costumes. Always like Free and Lei Fei. Well, he's one of the 4 characters, I guess. The funny thing is, in the overseas versions of Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution, for some godforsaken reason, Vanessa does not have this costume. Not in this game, but in Evolution itself. Someone somewhere, I guess, thought it was too scandalous to wear something like this or whatever. I have no fucking clue what was going on. So in the PAL and US versions of Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution, Vanessa only has 2 different colored versions of this costume. But in this bonus mode or whatever, which is it is in the overseas version of Evolution, they didn't change anything. So she does have the costume in this, like in the 10th anniversary thing, but not in the actual game, which is incredibly stupid. There'd be a readme that says put this disc in your sat. Yeah, there you might have cases like that, but I want to say that there are definitely games that have like a folder with images and stuff like that, like as essentially bonus material. Anywho, 2 games down. We will play more games, and we will hold another raffle shortly.
Go!
But first, I shall take a break. Let me do this so you can see what I'm doing. And hang on. Let's see if this works. All right, let's.
2. Ready? Go!
Hope this works. All right. Let me turn this off. Actually, let's get the disc out because we won't be needing that. Also, I just realized I was saying about setting up the virtual memory card, but I wasn't sure if we were going to need it for this. I don't think this game actually supports the memory card. There's like nothing to save. There's nothing. There's no progression or anything like that. So that. But we'll turn this off. And what do you guys say? We hold a little dance party. Sounds good to me, at least. I shall be back shortly. In the meantime, enjoy the jams. All right. Blockout music started kicking in before I had time to stop it, but fuck it, might as well let it rock. The game, well, the game's not sick, but this song is. I hope that was sufficiently entertaining in my absence. Let me take a moment to set up a new raffle, and in the meantime, while that is happening, I shall also update the spreadsheet. All right, let's try to remember how to stream. This is block out for the Mega Drive, by the way, in case anyone was wondering about the music. It's like legit impossible to sit still when this music is playing. All right. Boom. Raffle's open. Type raffle in chat if you want to pick the next game. Maybe Lady Luck will be on your side, or at least Lady Rigging Protocol. One or the other, you know, either one works. Virtua Fighter 10th anniversary was played 2024-05-17. Color that red. That is 236 games played out of 304 currently. Lamasar with the waffle wrapped raffle. I'm pretty sure that's gonna work. Yeah, you're in. You're in. Basically, any chat message that has the letters RAFFLE in that order will work. Dark Rift helps explain the technology. He's wearing a mocap suit and dancing in real time. Exactly. Raccoon asks, is Little Jig synchronized to whatever music is playing? Unfortunately, there is no I mean, not to ruin the magic too much, no, there's no real synchronization with the music's like BPM or anything. There's no real interaction. The app that's running in Unreal Engine that's playing the graphics has no awareness of the audio. I would have loved to have been able to do that, but it's that's pretty far beyond my current expertise. I'm super excited to continue development on World of Jiggy, though. I have a lot of things that I want to do. It's just a little bit on the back burner for now. All right, let's see who gets to pick the next game. Let's go. Boom, Lamasar, well rigged. Your waffle wrapped raffle appears to have worked out, all according to Keikaku. Congrats, and let us know, what will it be? What will it be? Always in anticipation with a slight tinge of dread. well, justified dread, it appears. Rise of the Robots 2, let's go! Featuring 1.5 second of Brian May music or whatever it is. Rise 2, Rise Harder. Well, it is called Rise 2 Resurrection, which is it's a title, all right. It's a game, all right. But we'll have fun with it, I'm sure. Let me just find my PS1 fighting game folder. Here we are. So I do recall that my copy of the game has, yeah, Rise of the Robot 2, the Japanese title. But it does say, yeah, Rise 2 Resurrection is the actual original English title. That up and hope it boots up properly. Should be fine. Ran Rise 2 in a mystery tournament, and an infinite was discovered almost immediately. Well, I would expect nothing less. It's like Rise 2 is on some level like it resembles an actual fighting game more so than the original. But it's like also more fucked up, and like it's kind of way worse somehow. Let me just double check here. I don't know if this has or uses save data, but we'll take a moment to set this up. Lord of Fist is such an amazing title, by the way. Legend, Project Gyre, Zero Divide. So is this, yeah. Man, I still haven't gotten the what is it called? The Final Conflict, the Saturn Zero Divide game, but it's a little bit pricey. I have to get it at some point though, for sure. There's Impact. Oh, dude, there's like so many sick PS1 fighting games. Fist, maybe not one of them, but Tekken 3, Bushido Blade, Its Value, Megatude. I just want to go over and double check if I... Kamen Rider Yuki, Criticom. Slam Dragon. Alright. Dude, this icon, Street Fighter EX, pretty good. Dude, fucking PS1 and PS2 memory cards were fun. Remember fun in video games? Those were the days. Let me hop on over to the PS1 layout and update the game info here. We'll put this title here. Yeah, it's so on the Japanese box it says Rise of the Robot 2 Resurrection Rise 2. It's a little bit of a, it's a mystery. It's a little, who knows how you, like, what do you call this game? Tandagasa is a full modern gamer. Fun. I thought video games were supposed to be my second, third, and fourth job. Chores and checklists and obligations and dailies. Fun. I don't know about that. This. Got to see someone experience Its Value for the first time again last week. Always a delight. That game is sick. Go. Why does the logo look like this? Why is it stretched? Why? Just why? I like how when you're about to delete something, it has a unique animation sometimes. Yeah, I think it's a shame how PS1 save data is presented in the PS2 interface because it makes it look shit. They like filter the texture so that it's like blurred. And they put them on these cards that spin around. Like, I much prefer looking at those icons on the PS1. Let me just do this real quick and see if it helps stabilize the capture a little bit. My capture card doesn't like super love the signals from the RetroTink sometimes. Well, such as right now, for example, but make do. But that aside, like the PS2 presentation of the PS1 icons aside, the idea of them are still great, and you can still appreciate what's cool about the icons. And the models for the PS2, like, it's such a shit. Like with PS1, it was just a little icon, so technically there are icons that are more elaborate and more interesting and more cool than others. Like we saw the little Tatsumaki spinning views, like really cool. But for PS2 games, like, there's a very clear delineation between people who like gave a shit and did a cool 3D model, and like SNK, they have a few games where there's like a proper 3D model. Like the Maximum Impact games, I think, has like there's a few different the Maximum Impact characters. I want to say that there's one that has an Ash Crimson, so maybe that's MIA. I'm not positive, but all of the like Neo Geo ports and like some of the re-releases and stuff, it's literally like a 3D model of a box that has a picture of the logo of the game. So there's a bunch of those like super cheap, like it's a ball or a cube or a plane with a picture of a logo, and it's like so dog shit compared to these like little animated characters and stuff. Like wish save data still had that whimsy. Yeah, I agree. Like I will say that Nintendo stuck with that kind of idea of like the experience of interacting with my video game console should be a good time. Like they stuck with that longer than anybody else. But they also kind of got rid of the Miiverse, and like they're not that different from Sony or Microsoft in that regard. But there was definitely like, I can understand that the system, like the operating system and things outside of playing a game is obviously an aspect of video game consoles that is orders of magnitude bigger as a part of the overall experience than it was back then. And by extension, the experience of using the console as opposed to playing games, you know, has a much higher degree of there's a much higher demand for it being like practical and convenient. You know, it's kind of like a fancy 3D menu where you walk around a virtual hallway to pick an option is like cool and novel, but it's not actually practical compared to a menu. So like I can see on some level, not to say that like memory card icons are too much fun and they would ruin a console, but like in the days of PS2, there wasn't really that much that needed to be accounted for in terms of the user experience, like interacting with the console outside of playing a game. But with the PS3 and 360 onward, like there was just a lot more stuff. So it's like understandable how that kind of thing took a backseat to like practicality. But that's, you know, having said that, I think for sure there's enough examples of menu interfaces of stuff, whether it's, you know, emulator front ends or that kind of thing, where like you could present even browsing games in a more fun way. Obviously games now have little thumbnails and icons, and those often look very boring. Like imagine if the little cards for each game in your library on a console could be like animated and do fun goofy shit like a PS2 or like a PS1 memory card icon. I mean, it might be a giant headache, but it would have been pretty fucking sick also. Yeah, press fire to join. I noticed that as well. The original Rise of the Robots was, of course, like an Amiga thing. I would not be surprised with everything that's fucked up about these games to know that this was also on the Amiga. But I would have to imagine that it was not developed for the Amiga first. So I don't know if that's just like a little fun quirk, where like the PS3 port of Tekken 3 or the PS1 port of Tekken 3 says like insert coin. Maybe it's just like a flavor thing. Or maybe the developers are just fucking Amiga pilled, so they think of the word fire as being synonymous with button. One thing that immediately stands out to me with this, by the way, just looking at it, that is kind of throwing my brain for a loop, is the dithering. Not to go on a mega giant side tangent, just a reasonably sized one. The PS1 has a pretty interesting feature with its like GPU or whatever you would call it, its graphics, in that the PS1 has like a limited color depth that it can reproduce, but it has an option that's sort of built into the hardware of dithering the image. So you can store image data, I assume, at a higher color depth, but more to the point, like when you add into equation lighting and things like that, that would be like you would have a texture or an image stored, and you send it through, you know, this to be displayed on screen. And it might be that every single color in that image can be rendered by the PS1, but if there's lighting and shadows and whatever, then obviously the colors are going to change. So if it's a color that the PS1 cannot produce because it's outside of the spectrum of the color depth, the precision, the PS1 can apply a dither, and this is very commonly used on in 3D. And to my knowledge, the PS1 can basically, the dither is optional, and you can basically determine as a developer whether you want the dither to be enabled on a like per triangle basis. So you might have 3D objects where you want some of the things to be dithered and some not, or whatever. And the dither is like a very PS1 specific thing. I can't think of another console that has a feature like this. Obviously, there are plenty of games, like the Mega Drive is quite famous for it, especially Western developed games, to use a lot of dithering in the authoring of the graphics. But that's a different thing, because that's just like the artists painting in a dither in the actual graphics. What the PS1 does is applying a dither on top of the graphics to kind of smooth things out, or let the PS1 emulate additional colors that it cannot actually. I mean, that's what a dither is, right? It's like a way of blending colors, basically. But this game is kind of the only game I can think of that is a 2D game that has the dithering on everything. And I guess, because, I mean, I can't speak for how clearly it comes across on stream, but I would assume that if you're watching this on a sufficiently large screen, you can tell that there's a dither on everything. And I guess they felt that the sprites and the backgrounds, everything being CG and being rendered, would have a lot of smooth gradations, and that they would look better with the dither. And I suppose to a degree the dither might be less noticeable on a CRT. But it's very weird because it gives all the graphics a very gritty, kind of textured look that's quite strange. I think it's more justifiable with this art style than if it had been like pixel art or whatever. But it's still a weird thing to just see it applied on everything. But hey, leave it to Resurrection Rise 2. Alright, gotta load the... Sorry, not the options, the setup. Alright, got full eFigs. No Japanese though, but that's alright. Difficulty 12 out of what? Out of 0 to 23. This game is just... I love how this game manages to be so baffling on every level. Like, it's baffling in many ways that you would expect a ineptly made fighting game to be baffling, but it finds completely unique and original ways to be baffling on top of that. I mean, the difficulty was like this huge like marketing bragging thing of the first game, right? The first game where there's this whole thing about like, oh, it's intelligent, adaptive AI that will read your brain and, you know, perfectly adjust the level of challenge for you. And it's like, okay, whatever that means. So I don't doubt that there's like under the hood some kind of variable that has like 24 settings, but realistically what it actually means, I mean, just from a user experience standpoint, it's fucking stupid. Like, when you have like 7 or 8 levels to choose from, it's already like too granular for you to have a clear idea what that even means. Not to say that I think it's like awful, like fighting games shouldn't have 8 levels or whatever, but you're at a point where like what's really the difference between level 5 and 6? Like, I'm not really sure. But like, what's going to be the difference between level 19 and 21? It's absurd. Aren't I glad you picked this instead of Third Strike? I'm ecstatic, frankly, because this is like such amazing fodder for conversation. And I'm glad that we get to share this together. CD music. That's a cool option. Is that a background SFX? Ah, okay. So I get to choose between CD music or ambient sounds, I guess. I guess we want CD music, but I am intrigued to hear what the other option is. Like, Japanese fighting games on PS1, they give you like 3 different arranged soundtracks to choose from. Like, the arcade soundtrack, the PS1 arranged soundtrack, and then maybe like a third one. Like, Tekken 3, I think maybe. Soul Edge definitely had like a third soundtrack that you can choose from. Fighting British-ass Amiga PS1 fighters give you music or background noises. Does music sound volume also go to 23? They do go to 16. I wish they did, actually, because the sound seems like it's pretty low in this. And I don't really have... the way my setup is configured, unfortunately, I don't have like a mixer with the... I can't control the... and this is something I really ought to address, but it's too much hassle. I haven't gotten around to it in the last several years. But I don't have a separate audio input, basically, for the capture. Which I should, because audio levels are all over the place. I basically just funnel it through my desktop audio on my PC. So I have a degree of control over it, but it sort of spills over to a lot of other things like alerts and other stuff. So I try to be a little bit cautious of how much I change that. But unfortunately, 16 is as high as it's going to go. That was a good question. Controller config. P1, P2, P3, and K1, K2, and K3. Okay. So we got punches here. Oh my god. So I have the button. I press left and right not to change which button is used for this feature, but which like function is used for this button. And I have to have the same thing on L1 and R2. And I have to have the same thing on R1 and L2. Which is just bizarre. But actually, the way my stick is configured, I need R2 to be my A3. And I need my R1 to be my P3. Okay. Luckily, I can configure it that way. What if I needed, like, L1 and R1 to be different? Like, I'd be out of luck. Anyway. I mean, you're probably out of luck in one way or another regardless, but... I guess we'll start the timer. And start. It's not even different modes. There's just start. So, I remember the manual I have for this copy of the game had, like... some notes for special moves or finishing moves or something, because I'm pretty sure this has like fatalities. Right, loader, war, necroborg. I guess each, like the image down there is like grayed out. Yeah, so they're not actually just blue. You can see little tiny thumbnails, the tiny grainy dithered thumbnails. Necroborg, rock, crusher, vandal, salvo, suiquan. I guess that sounds Japanese enough. Detain, Driller, Insane, Prime 8. Get it? Because he's a gorilla. All right, cool. Lockjaw, V1 Hyper, Deadlift, Cyborg. That's the character from the first game. Steppenwolf, and Chromax. There is a lot of characters, but the designs are like... for like Western British Amiga computer robot stuff, like it's actually not terrible, but needless to say, there are probably a good half dozen robot themed PS1 fighting games that have like 50 times cooler designs. It's also a weird mix between these like humanoid, you know, lawnmower man, smooth, you know, chrome bodies and like attempts at like, you know, battle tech sort of anime-ish robots, and also these like, yeah, some animals, but also these like construction vehicle type. It's a sort of an eclectic mix. As I often explain, when it comes to character design in games, I'm not actually very fond. Like, robots aren't really my thing. I mean, I can appreciate an aesthetically pleasing design, and there's cool stuff that you can do with robots, but in general, like, robots aren't super cool to me. And when it comes to fighting games, or really any game, I'm usually not very fond of like non-human characters, or especially non-humanoid characters. So even though to a lot of people, I reckon Cyborg and V1 Hyper would be by far like the most generic, bland, boring characters, I feel like they're on some level like the most appealing to me. Deadlift looks like a Guyver. I'm not really sure. Looks slightly like Briarios, I guess, but yeah, I mean, you can fucking barely make out what any of them look like. The wolf might be cool. I don't know, but like Loader, what the fuck is this? Like a forklift. Not even a cool bonus forklift like in 007 Racing, just an actual forklift. War. Necroborg. Pretty edgy. But at least there's like a bit of personality and something to it. Crusher. Like, even the names are so fucking lame. But I'm actually a little bit torn here. It's not an obvious choice for character, in my opinion. Rise of the Rowboats. Yep, yep. Why don't we pick Deadlift and see if we can figure out what Deadlift actually looks like. If I can find a button. There we go. Everything is so, like, grainy and blurry and... Ugh. Are we done here? Oh, I get to... This is absurd, but also extremely cool, but also like, what the actual fuck? I get to pick my color, but it's not a color palette. It's like I'm holding up or down to shift the hue of the color palette on this sprite. I've never seen that before. So like, for some of these colors, it looks completely fucked up. But it is novel. Hot pink. I mean, I think about as close as we can get. We can go for kind of a magenta, or well, then, yeah. Once you get into this weird orange, brown, green, it gets weird. But I think this is about as maybe this one's slightly more reddish. Just go silent. I hope it didn't crash. Dude, this is actually fucking sick. That on this screen, our color was like reflect. I mean, technically speaking, I guess that is like an actual set of color palettes, but that it is applied on this screen is kind of mind-blowing. And that's actually extremely cool. The rest of the game, maybe not so much. Camera is all fucked up. There probably aren't throws in this, right? At least not like a normal game. You probably have like 8,000 frames of advantage off lights. Actually quite a lot of pushback though. Surprisingly. Two-hit chaos. What the? My K3 button. Alright, okay. Audio levels a little bit all over the place. Engage. First try. I missed out on 1,000 points. Dude, I got crossed up. Why does my... Okay, I think my controls are fucked up. No? Okay. My controls work, but maybe I was like matching too hard, or there's some... Oh! Through him. Like, I'm trying to sweep... Oh, I think it's just because I was like... I ended up blocking. Okay, can I land a hit? Okay, we're alive.
Deadlift wins.
This announcer feels so out of place. Perspective and axis alignment completely jacked. Yes, they're like, see, like, I'm trying to like attack out of block stun, but like my attacks don't come out because I just like keep going back into the block frame. That made me think that my heavy kick button was like bugged, or that it's like doing some kind of blocking. The blocking just seems fucked up. I can't, like, I'm trying to sweep when his lightning bolt is out, and my my sweep just doesn't come out. Execution. Yeah, this game has finishing moves. The little lightning bolts, aside from the fact that they're like dark gray, is actually a cool effect. Like, there is a degree of like creativity and cool ideas. 2 continues, great. This game over screen is fucking sick though. Well, I'm not going to use one of my 2 continues. I reckon we're going to lower the difficulty level a little bit. Do I have a projectile? I have no clue. Any one of you could be, let's lower it to level 8. Could help me dig out a move list. I have the manual somewhere, but I would have to dig through my shelves, and I'm afraid it might be a minute or 2 if I have to sift through it, so I'm fine just mashing buttons and trying things out. But I reckon this game might also have like really weird motions that you're not maybe gonna intuitively figure out. Let's go with deadlift. But I'm not, I mean, I didn't really try to find any special moves. I was trying to find normal moves and struggling. I want to say that there's a feature in this game similar to Bloodstorm where you can steal moves. Like if you do a fatality, you basically get an ability from your opponent. But I'm not sure how it works. Obviously, I don't know special moves or anything either. My sweep, like, can I not hold down back and sweep? Well, I can sweep when he doesn't do anything. But if he's, like, been attacking recently, my attack, like, doesn't come out. That combo, he did a weird fucking restand.
Deadlift wins.
Oh, this game, man. There's like some kind of gauge on the bottom. Okay. Audio levels like max out. It's like either a half or a quarter circle. Got some kind of low projectile. Did that do chip damage? It kind of looked like it did. Whoa! What the hell was that? Like proximity blocking and like locking your opponent into block stun while throwing out an attack is like a real thing.
Deadlift wins.
It's weird. Right, war. Pretty chunky load times. This is on PS2, which should be faster. Yeah, I got... let me pause. The first time I pressed the start button, it didn't pause. So I was like, does this game not have a pause? But it does, okay. Alright, I'm on the Rise of the Robots wiki. Deadlift moveset. Is this empty? Oh, there we go. Rise to Resurrection, okay. There's like 12 special moves. Fireball, quarter circle forward punch, high energy bolt, back to down punch, low energy bolt, down to back punch. All right, so we got reverse, backwards quarter circles. Low sweep, back to down kick. Teleport, forward forward kick. Sword attack, back back forward punch. Okay, I thought I was pressing back forward something, so I wasn't too far off. Back back forward punch. Super move. Forward, down, back, back, plus kick. Okay, so half circle, backwards, kick. So I'm assuming that's when I have a full little gauge on the bottom there. Stolen moves. Flame, plasma, acid, guns, and ice. So I'm guessing when you steal a move, you don't steal an actual move from a character. It's just like you will steal a move of a particular... Like, if I steal a move from a character, I will get one of 5 categories of a move, which each have different motions, so I guess you can collect all 5. Execution is back, 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 kick. So that seems reasonably doable. Doesn't say anything about distance or anything, but we'll give it a shot. The designs there are elements of cool stuff. I agree. I think a lot of these, like, if you imagine that these were 90s toys, they would actually be pretty cool toys. But they really don't sort of... they don't get to live up to their potential, if only on account of not just the graininess, but the characters are pretty small on screen. But it's cool when you see those bigger renders for the versus screen and the continue screen and stuff. But yeah, it's also like no one part feels like super cool or polished, but there's nuggets of coolness, but it's all sort of, you know, in this ocean of confusing nonsense. All right, so weird reverse quarter circle motions, back back forward punch for the sword attack, forward forward kick. Okay. Sword attack seems to have pretty long startup. It's like he's fucking around the other edge of the screen, and it's causing me to block, just like fucking with my special move motions coming out. So it seems like if I get a knockdown, I can do like a meaty sword slash, because it's got a long startup, but it's really fast otherwise. Maybe if I'm like at range. Dude, the corners are so close, like the stages are so narrow. Trying to throw. The throws are fucked up. It's like he's... Looks like he's crouch blocking, but he's just short. He's like... My stand punch is whiffing over his head, and that somehow is making my throw not come out. Dude, the stages are insanely narrow. It's like just barely wider than a screen. Oh, I think that's my finishing move. There we go. Special move stolen. Okay, I could do my finishing move anywhere, but it just whiffs if I'm too far away. Okay. I stole a special. I don't know which one. I guess we can try it. The slowdown there was pretty insane. Do you guys think I stole flame, plasma, acid, guns, or ice? Oh, that answers that. I stole a guns chip. Is that the character that we beat? Hard to recognize if they were the same or not. What's up, Tiggy? Welcome. Yeah, I don't know what was going on with that slowdown. Or what's the guns move? Half circle forward kick. Okay. This game's like, it is kind of cool, but it's also like a complete mess. Bossed up. Oh, thanks. Trying to do the fucking sword move. Oh, none of my fucking specials are coming out. Maybe I shouldn't have executed and stolen the guns chip. Alright, that was the guns move. Timer! Oh, match drawn? Well, I didn't lose, I guess. I think we both got around. That's better than only him getting around. Dude, I fucking... Oh. What are these hitboxes? Getting like locked into blocking when your opponent is jumping over you with a like active attack is fucked up because I can't like walk out of getting hit. Oh shit! I guess that didn't combo that sweep. No, okay, we didn't get around. I thought those things on the far sides were the round indicators. They are something else. Maybe they indicate which character type, what chip you have. That means that no one got around for their draw. Oh, you get like Mortal Kombat style cross-ups. Oh shit. Dude, it's so fucking hard to do the guns move because I think what's happening is the transition frames between standing and crouching is eating your inputs like it's fucking Shaq Fu. Every jump normal has like infinite active frames. Ah, I fucked up the input. Oh, whatever. But yeah, basically, if I'm jumping near you and I press an attack button at any point in my jump, you can no longer walk. You just have to block. Because if you like walk forward to walk underneath me, as soon as you pass across where I am, you turn around and what used to be forward is now backward, which will make you block. Technically, I guess you can jump, but then you're going to basically jump into my jump attack. It's completely messed up. And I think maybe normals do chip. To get these like weird ambiguous cross-ups. Okay, standing medium kick just has like no pushback for some reason, or a lot less than other moves. Specials are so hard to do. I'm pretty sure, because what happens is, like, I do a quarter circle motion that involves down, and because I do the motion with some kind of speed, character's like still processing the down input when by the time I'm pressing the button, and like nothing comes out. But even the back forward punch to the sword move, like I have trouble getting it to come out, but at least I get a punch if I fuck it up. If I do like half circle forward kick, like nothing happens. Nothing, no kick, no nothing. Bizarre. Jump heavy kick having infinite active frames is a choice. Dude, his projectile was still out even though I kicked him out of it. Trying to cancel into special moves, but I'm pretty sure that special canceling is not a thing in this game. I'm not sure block stun is necessarily a thing either. But damage is fucked up because every now and again something does like massive damage. My sweep just didn't come out. I don't know, Raccoon, if we can make any assumptions about the scale. I would expect there to be detailed character bios somewhere where we can learn how many tons each robot weighs. I should hope so anyway. Dude, we might lose this, I think. Half of the time my sweep just makes my character block. My crouching normals just fucking don't work. Standing, it's usually fine, but then because the character sizes are all messed up, he just dodges my standing normals by crouching. My sort of chest, waist height front kick is a crouchable high, apparently. Well, it's about the height of my waist. But every now and again, my character stands further off into the Z-axis so the sprites don't align. Alright, fighting Cyborg, the player character from the first game. Look at the alignment of the feet. It's so strange. Of course, because we won by time over, there was no fatality. My sweep doesn't knock down, of course. Even hitting on the way up, you have like infinite active frames. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure I won that, honestly. I could hear the music there for a few seconds. It sounded kind of cool. I feel like I inadvertently picked like one of the giant characters. I figured like he looked sort of humanoid. I was expecting these like industrial construction robots to be the bigger ones.
Cyborg wins.
But pretty much everyone we've fought, we've struggled with our normals whiffing. Because they'll just crouch or maybe stand under our normals. And my crouching normals just like don't come out a lot of the time. What the fuck? And that move's pretty tough to deal with. I'm dead.
Cyborg wins.
I'm like kind of enjoying this because it's interesting, but it's the inputs are so fucked. Like there's so much going on where you like question reality. All right, that's a pretty sweet scaling. Oh, we just barely made it. Nope. Whew. It continues left. So I wonder if I could keep my stolen moves. Not that I could ever get it to come out. The one time I did the stolen move, it seemed pretty shit, but... it's not a good time to, like... try to experiment here. Alright, let's go slightly more purple this time. There's no sound or nothing when you confirm. You press the second time, the music keeps going for a little bit, and then the music cuts out. I still have my 4 little wind dots there. What's up, Zelante? Looked like your typical Street Fighter 4 experience. Well, the thing is, again, the normals obviously, like, it's not a well-designed game. So, like, things are, like, moves are just going to be weird. Well, that kind of didn't really do much damage, at least. so many times you mash the button and your character is kind of in an idle stance, like nothing comes out. But especially when the crouching, like, sweep is all fucked up, because I'm crouching, holding down, mashing the heavy kick button, and, like, in the rhythm of my mashing, my character, every time I press the button, my character goes into a crouching animation, or a blocking animation. Like, there's clearly... Oh. There's something extremely fucked up about his uppercut that he can hit like 6 times. Like that. I mean, I guess I can't jump, because he'll just do an uppercut that might do 40% damage. Oh, so that was a heavy kick. Sometimes I get a different animation on my heavy kick. That's like more of a vertically angled kick. Which is like a decent anti-air. Oh, I'm not holding down! You get like locked into crouching. That's linked at least, okay. Jesus. It's fucking close. Oh yeah, the slowdown. The input system is like bizarre, because things just don't... If the inputs like behaved like you would expect, I know that wouldn't be enough to make it a great game, but it'd at least be like playable. It's so... I can't explain, because I can't understand really what's going on. Where... Yeah, that's a flame move. Flame is down, down, forward, forward, kick. Quarter circle, forward, kick. Okay. The fact that, like, again, I try to do a sweep and my character just goes into a blocking animation. The fact that my standing heavy kick sometimes is a different animation from my standing medium kick. Sometimes it just is my standing medium kick. Alright, so this dude is like the shortest character because he's just crawling on the floor. Not fighting back too much. That's good. Maybe this guy can't... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, maybe he can't jump. Oh yeah, crouching. Sometimes you don't crouch when you press down, and sometimes you don't stand up when you let go of down, which is a little bit of an issue when you're trying to jump or block jump-ins. Well, this guy seems a lot easier than Cyborg, so we're alright. What's up, Doom Noob? This game is a mystery, to say the least. Wait, so I have a half circle forward kick move and a quarter circle forward, assuming I have both. I guess maybe I don't have both, because it looks like I have a flame icon. I don't have multiple icons. I'm trying to do my flame move and not get it to come out. That was not that. I just wanted to see if I can have any special come out. I figured... Well, I was gonna say, I figured I don't know if I want to steal another move. But if the flame move doesn't even... If I can't get it to come out at all, then I guess I'm not losing anything by stealing something else. What's up, Sword Fam? I'm not sure what systems this game came out on. I think there's a Saturn version. Makes sense that there would be a PC version. I don't know if it's on the Amiga. I'm pretty sure it didn't come out on nearly as many systems as the first game. Dude, what happened to my health? Jump attacks are so fucked in this game because of everything having infinite active frames. Because the stages are super tiny and your jumps are really wide. kind of weird, like it's hard to get out of the way. I guess that's like an anti-air fireball. Alright. I hate that when you land the killing blow, the game freezes like before the life bar updates. It looks really weird. So anytime you land the final hit, like the enemy actually has, or like whoever loses the round has health left. Like a weird look. I mean, it's not like doesn't affect anything. Feels kind of weird. Having more luck getting the sword attack to come out now, but can I please attack in the direction of my opponent, please? Trying to do the sword attack, didn't come out. Okay, I can just survive 5 seconds. Oh, that might be too much to ask. There we go. If I can just survive and win by time, I'm happy enough. The first game, I think it's like, it's a weird thing. We talked about it at the beginning. Like, in some ways, this game is like more... In some ways, it's more polished, but what I really meant to say is in some ways, this is like more like a typical fighting game. In some ways, it's like an advancement, but in other ways, it feels kind of more ghetto and weird. But the first game is, I don't know. I think you could say, without being like an expert on either game by any stretch, they're both like idiosyncratic for sure, but you could say that the first one is so in like more interesting ways, regardless of the actual sort of quality of the game or how fun it is to play. All right, this is how we beat this guy, I guess.
Deadlift wins.
But this game has a much larger roster. And I think it has more moves and like certainly far more like reasonable mechanics. I guess we should try to go for an execution move, even if I don't care about the specials, just because we get a cool close-up of their executed, well, they're not a corpse exactly, but explosions look so fucked up too. They just like melt into liquid. But I love the spectacle of the whole thing. Executed, special move stolen. I like that. What's up, Father Axe Keeper? Yeah, gotta dress for the season. It's a little peach pattern shirt. All right, plasma. I might as well look it up. The motion for plasma moves. Down, down, back, back, kick, which I thought was a special move motion I already had, so I don't know. We talked a bit about the graphics, Doom Noob. The main thing that's going on is the fact that the PS1 has an option to apply dithering to the visuals, which is most commonly used to kind of smooth out color gradation in 3D rendering. But clearly you can also apply it to 2D graphics, which gives a very strange, like, grainy look to everything. Now, granted, these are like CG renders with a lot of smooth gradients. So without seeing the sprites in isolation, I wouldn't know how they look without the dither, but it's definitely an unusual choice to have the dither on like a 2D game. I don't mean unusual choice as some kind of a euphemism, just like literally, it's unusual to see it. insane. Names, yeah, the character names are definitely like not that cool, or kind of sort of second rate, like indie comic. I don't know, like not great. Some of them are decent, like interesting, but did he just run, or that's just his walk animation? I guess we'll never know, because mostly jump. Like, jumping is the main mode of traversal in this game. I mean, then why not? Dude, I did a crouching normal without touching the joystick. I jumped and let go of the joystick, and when I landed and pressed the button, a crouching normal came out. The ranges on the normals are so fucked up. Oh, didn't get. I missed the input. All jump-ins are rider kicks, basically. Yeah. I mean, I want to say the characters are definitely larger on screen in the first game, but you also like can't jump properly. Like the first game is weird. Prime 8. I feel like I thought this was the character we just fought, the other green guy who basically didn't fight back, but I guess that was a different character. We're doing pretty decent on this run though, but we only have one continue left. Is this not the character we fought? I don't know. I guess it's just the color scheme and like the resolution and the dithering and just like the overall visual style, making it difficult to make out the actual designs of the characters. Did he just block my jump in crouching, or is that what his standing block looks like? Base hole with the thematically appropriate subscription. What's up? And oh my god, his jump attack just landed 4 hits and did 4 times the normal damage. Fuck, I can't get the execution to come out. Oh, I do have multiple moves. I just realized. I have flame and plasma, I guess. I must have just lost it when I continued. Thanks again, Base Hole. Appreciate it. 40 months. Not bad. I don't understand how you can work on a robot fighting game and forget to make the characters cool. I mean, I'd struggle. I don't know that I could do better than this, but I also wouldn't choose to make a robot fighting game, probably. Abs, what's up, dude? I'll try to read your message when I'm less preoccupied not dying. Like, I think that a big problem with the character designs in this, in terms of like execution and how we see them portrayed on screen, is that like for a game like this, you would expect that you can kind of make out in some designs like some kind of theming. Like characters are based around some kind of theme, but because you can't really make out the details of the characters in a lot of cases, such as Steppenwolf, I don't know what this character's sort of theme is. I mean, Deadlift for that matter, and I'm sure many of them don't really have a clear theme per se, but like what is the design? I mean, I noticed with Deadlift, I see the character.
Here is his message. Jigger Hag, I love your 3D Jigger. I've been trying to do something similar for like a year or more. I'm never happy with the model though. Love yours.
Thank you, Basil, for those 100 bits and for TTSing the message. And thank you, Abs Nerdity, for the kind words. Yeah, I'm happy myself with how that stuff's been turning out. I have a lot of work yet to do, but I'm very happy with the kind of core baseline I've established with the style and the what we've got going, basically. And it's going to be really fun to keep working on and keep adding to it and keep incorporating new stuff in the stream. Overall, I would say reception has been very positive, and that's very... Oh my god. It's gratifying and humbling. But most importantly, like, fun and makes it feel worth it. When you put effort into a creative endeavor and have people appreciate it. Fucked up how his throw gives like a juggle state, but I'm not sure like what's the best way to follow it up. Sword doesn't seem to do much damage, but maybe it's good. Alright. I guess that linked? Yeah.
Deadlift wins.
Yeah, Prime 8. Yeah. The theming, like I said, some of them are certainly clearer than others. And sometimes you have like a design and a name and things that go together. Not to say that like everyone needs to have like an overly blatant sort of cartoon thing going on. But sometimes you kind of wonder if there was something, but you couldn't really tell. Like with Deadlift, we picked the character, and then like on the Versus screen, you kind of go, oh, that's what he looks like? Okay. I wouldn't have known from seeing the character in the game. There we go. Oh, we got a third special. Is that acid? I guess so. Computer machine music, greetings, welcome. Apologies if I'm missing messages in chat. There's some intense gaming going on here. I love when you can hear the music for 2 seconds. I guess maybe we should have lowered the sound effects from 16. Is it meaningful? Back punch. I was gonna say, is it meaningful to look up what the motion is? But back punch should be easier to pull off than the quarter circle motions. So if the move is actually decent, might be able to use. Yeah, like Deadlift. I like the design of like the arms, like when you see it in the picture, but then yeah, it doesn't really look like that in game. Suikwan, which isn't like an actual Japanese name, and it's not really designed like an actual samurai either, but you can tell that that's the that's the intention at least, right? You understand the theming of that character. More like some kind of peacock. Okay. I'm so like conditioned to time my jump ins. But it's like, oh yeah, no shit, you just press the button the instant you leave the ground. Because there's literally infinite active frames on every jumping normal in this game. I don't know why he attempts to anti-air with his projectile, but you can continue. Wait, I lost my acid special. I lost a round and I no longer have my acid special. That must have been what happened before, where I was trying to get a move to come out and it wouldn't come out because I assumed that I still had it, but I guess I had lost it because you lose your stolen special moves. Alright, we might lose here. Trying to go for wake up on. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. That actually comboed. I didn't even have time to say that we're dead.
Wins.
The color picking feature in this game is cool, but it is, and I do appreciate, like, I typically like in fighting games when computer opponents don't always just use the default costumes, but that's usually more in modern games where there's like a lot of options for costumes and colors and stuff. In a game like this where you have the weird sort of color shifting option. All right, let's continue. It's a little bit peculiar looking when some characters seems like they don't look quite right with that color. It also, I guess, means, for better or for worse, that a lot of the characters have this very monochromatic color. It's so fucked up that the preview of the character doesn't show them in color. So all you have is like super tiny, stretched, grainy, dithered thumbnail to try to piece together what the character design is. It's so fucked up. But yeah, from the thumbnail, I guess that this is the default color. Well, let's go with the default red, I guess. Oh yeah, I picked him. There's no confirmation sound or anything. The music just eventually cuts out. Oh, maybe the opponent's colors get shifted when you shift your colors, because that definitely looks more default on Sui-Quan over there. It doesn't look nearly as monochromatic. Like, there's actually attempts at kind of a color scheme, it looks like. Because when we played him before, like, he just looked green. Yeah, he looks way better now. Except for the fuzzy outline, but... Which is so fucked up, like... How do you get fuzzy outlines with... rendering stuff? Oh my god. He gets like a juggle state from his jump in. Or like there's some OGGs or something happening. Oh, I fucked up my loop. Yeah, he comboed.
Sui-Quan wins.
Sorry, I guess it's not Sui-Quan. I made the assumption that it was supposed to be sort of read like Japanese. I guess it's Sui-Quan. Oh. This is the strat we used against another character. It might not work forever. Didn't.
If you render a fuzzy bear, you better get a fuzzy outline.
Thanks for those 100 megabits base hole. If you render a fuzzy bear, you better get a fuzzy outline. I mean, that's true. But in the case of a shiny chrome robot, I'm less sure. Like, where is his fucking sprite? Like, when he goes... if he doesn't block, he hits... Like, I hit him where he's standing. But if he goes into a blocking frame, he shifts backwards super far. Oh, alright, we got him. Nice, we executed him. Whew. Special move stolen. There's a lot of characters in this game, but we got quite a few wins on our belt. It said, what, 12 on the high score? And there's what, like, probably 16 characters at least? 8 on each row? Seems like it could be something like that. Plasma. So I think I, like, yeah, quarter circle back kick. Couldn't get the plasma move to come out, but that could be because I had already lost it. Rock looks kind of cool, but the blue color is weird. Maybe it's not the default. Oh my god. That was a combo somehow. Okay. I have iframes on the teleport at least. That's cool. I guess I should try to, like, do weird fucked up follow-ups after I land a jump in. Dreaded sweep that didn't come out. Alright. The run's alive. Quarter circle back kick was... I keep forgetting. Yeah. Oh, shit. I spent it. I used the plasma move, and that spends it. Oh my god. I did not realize that's how it works. An expendable resource. Single-use special move. Okay. Okay, that's how it works. So I wonder if that means you can get more of each. I'm just like... once again... Rise 2 Resurrection manages to baffle me. It did not cross my mind for a second that you would do a finishing move to steal a single-use special move. Alright, ice. That's the first time we've had that one. Forward, forward punch. Okay. Easy to do, but... is it going to be useful? Detain. Alright, so 18 opponents maybe? 3 nice even rows of 6. Pretty long game. Like, we've only had 2 losses, right? 2 continues, and we've been playing this for an hour. Bad jump. Dude! Like, whenever they jump over you like that, it's super fucked up. You can't, like, deal with it. Because you can't walk under properly. Except maybe if you get, like, if they hit you on the way up. I pressed the button there, which was foolish, but I figured if I got locked down there, it'd be a lost cause.
Engage.
Oh my god! When I'm crouch blocking and he does a jump kick, I go from down back to straight back, and my character doesn't stand up. I'm like locked into crouch blocking. There's like no way I can defeat this guy. Like he keeps locking me down with his fucking half-screen jump kicks that forces me into block stun. This game is supremely fucked up. But I'm also like, oh, dude, we got so far. I like, not every fiber, but a good 2/3 of the fibers of my being want to continue. Continues left 0. I pressed start and the continue screen ended. When I said continue, I'd want to start over, I guess is what I meant to say. Does the 0 count? Or did we start a new game? I'm perplexed. Continues left 0 means you can continue one more time. Okay. Okay, game. All right.
Engage.
Maybe you have to beat the game within the continue limit to get the real ending or something, but there's an infinite amount of continues to just get through it. Like, that'd be weird, but whatever's going on here is, I mean, clearly weird shit's going on.
Deadlift.
What if continues are broken? That is also, maybe we have -1 continues left after we lose next time. Could be, right? It's so fucked up because you get locked into blocking high or low. So if he does like a jump into a low, you basically can't block both. Like, it's possible, but it's not really consistent.
Detain wins.
I'll bet continue 0 being a thing. That's my assumption. You know, you have 0 lives and that counts. But it like makes no sense, but I mean, it's not like that stopped this game for that. The jump punch has like a pretty good angle, it seems like. See, like, it's inescapable. So infuriating. That was a bad jump. It's like ambiguous cross-up jump in. All right.
Deadlift wins.
0 lives also makes no sense. Well, you could take it as like, how many additional attempts do you have after this? Like, I can, you know, it can make sense. You know, if you think of it as, does the number go down when you die or when you respawn? Like, how many respawns do you have left? You have 0 respawns left, so, you know, this is the last attempt. But when the game tells you you have 0 continues left, you press start and you get to continue. That's strange. Like, how does that cross-up work? How does anything work in this game? Oh, he's one of those characters, he can just... my normal's whip on him when he's standing upright. Alright, I'll just block this. Yeah, I'll take that. 0 tries left, you're on your final try. Yeah, but when you're on the continue screen, it says, do you want to continue? Continues left 0. Typically, that doesn't mean you can continue one more time. Like, if it says 0 credits, you usually don't get to play again. I've never seen that before, that's all. I touch him. Ah! I'm making noises because, like, he's jumping over me. I have like a clean opening, and I press the jab button 3 or 4 times, and my character just like, I'm not gonna punch. This game is kind of cool. I'm getting into it, but it is infuriating. Yeah, and this problem with Deadlift is that apparently this is a huge character, even though it didn't seem that way. And as a result, many of my normals just whiff on many characters. Chromax. Yeah, I'm gonna guess there's 18 characters. Don't care for the idea of 0 lives. Well, I mean, I figure at least it's a convention. I would say it's enough of a convention that it's almost jarring when it's not the case, when the 0 doesn't count. Or, like, letting the 0 count as a life, I feel like, is like erring on the side of the players, like, to the player's benefit. Like, as a player, it feels much better to be surprised that you had 1 more life than you thought, than being surprised that you had 1 life less than you thought. So, like, I can see the argument for doing it that way for that reason. This guy has a slide. That's problematic. He can slide as a means of travel to get out of cross-ups. Not bad. Or not a good... I was holding down back! Alright, we're probably not winning this. May find out what's going on with the continue system.
Jiggle, I get it, but it always bothered me. Lol, 0 means 0 in your wallet.
I get you, Basil. I get you. Thanks for the additional 100 megabits. Appreciate it. I mean, to be clear, I wouldn't try to make an argument that you're wrong. I could argue in favor of why I would do it a certain way. That way being having the 0 count. But I think your stance is perfectly valid and perfectly logical. Okay. He went to his home planet? The fuck is that move? Okay.
Chromax wins.
Each character I feel like is a little bit of, you know, on their own Z plane. It's certainly not consistent. It's like, you know, changes from animation to animation too. Continues left 0. Player 1 lost. Game over. Okay, so now 0 means 0. The first time you have 0 continues, you have 1 continue. But the second time you have 0 continues, you have 0 continues. That's why they call it Rise 2. Because you can rise up twice when you have 1 continue left, I guess. Part of me really wants to try to beat this game. We can lower the difficulty from 8 to 5 or something. I don't know. But we've spent over an hour today, and I think that's more than enough. I had a lot of fun with this, though, to be perfectly frank. I enjoy myself quite a bit. No one can understand, like, this game, until its dying breath, this game finds new way to baffle human beings. Truly a cybernetic AI developed future game, only by the loosest of technicalities for or by humans. Last continues to be forced to play Necroborg. Maybe. I saw in passing there, someone made a comment about the Saturn version. Let me just catch up with chat to see what was said before we got into this whole Zero Life business. Oh yeah, Raccoon said Saturn screenshots look less dithered, but the same low resolution. Hysteric Moon rating with 14 raiders. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Happy Friday. We're doing some viewers choice fighting games. What was up over at Hysteric Moon? More ball feed. Welcome everybody. We just played Rise 2 Resurrection for about an hour. Let me stop the timer there because we're not playing this more. We will very shortly do a new raffle for the next game. As soon as I finish my train of thought. Volfeed is over, finally. Congrats. Well, I'm, as a fan of that game, it's a bittersweet farewell, but I know that you were more than ready to be done with it, so... so congrats. Oh yeah, I should remember to do this. Shoutouts to Hysteric Moon. Let's see if I can spell this properly. Hysteric Moon's super chill channel with lots of hot Mega Drive action, so everyone should go follow.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Base hole bestowing unspeakable horrors left and right. Yeah, what's up, Hysteric Moon? That is, what am I saying? I'm getting confused by all this Quan Chi. Understandable. Typically, raids happen after you're done streaming. So by all means, go pass out. Have a nice, whatever time of day it is over there. And I'll see you around.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
So welcome to the Skull Club. Welcome back in some cases. Thank you very, very much, Basehole, for that incredible kind generosity you've been showing all evening. I really, really appreciate that. There's a lot going on here in chat. What I was about to try to say is there is a very specific reason, which I explained, but you might have missed, why this looks very dithered and grainy and peculiar. And that is because the dithering is something that is happening on a hardware level on the PS1. The art assets themselves are not dithered. The dither is applied on the, like, not the video signal, but like the technically it's not a frame buffer, I guess, but like the graphics that are being output by the PS1 hardware itself. Oh yeah, V1 Hyper, the sexy babe character, I guess, question mark. That's like one of the few characters we didn't get to find. So the dithering is optional, and to my understanding, in 3D graphics, you can choose on a per triangle level whether you want it to be rendered with the dithering on or off. So you can use it for 2D as well, but the main purpose of the dithering is to soften and smooth out gradations that happen in like lighting. So typically the image files, the textures would have colored stored that the PS1 can actually output just fine, but when you add shading on top of it, you might get like really harsh gradients, or just like it might look compressed and not as nice as you would like because of the limited color depth that the PS1 can render. So you have, as the developer, the option to render things dithered. This game just very unusually applies the dither to everything, which you don't typically see with 2D stuff. So because the dithering is a hardware feature of the PS1, it stands to reason that the dithering would not be applied in the Saturn version. So hopefully that helps explain that. Yeah, I have a mysterious international accent. I am indeed not American. Nor am I don't know, Canadian or... I was going to say anything else. I am something else. I am Swedish, but I am not from any kind of American continent. We shall be doing a new raffle to pick the next game shortly. We will not be playing Killer Instinct 2 because, well, unless it gets picked in a raffle, but I'm pretty sure it cannot be picked because we played it before. We are following a strict agenda. We got to follow the rules of engagement for viewers' choice versus fighting. And the rules of engagement do not include playing other games at random due to request. KI2 is pretty sick though. I like that game a lot. KI2 Classic specifically is the Xbox port of Killer Instinct 2. It was released as like a bonus thing for the modern KI on Xbox. Mysterious Bulgarian accent. I mean, maybe. Who knows? But dude, this fucking 2-second music loop. I'm kind of curious to see what the background ambient sound effect option sounds like, but I think we've given Rise to Resurrection more than its fair share. So let me set up a new raffle here so we can do something else.
When you finish the last game of the stream, can we use our first zero continue to play another?
You know what, Basehole? That's not a bad idea. We'll have to see how that shakes out. We don't know if the World of Jiggy honors the zeroth continue, though. That may be something that we have to figure out in the future. KI2 Classic is... I guess technically speaking, I don't know how it is put together, but it's not a port exactly. It's like an emulated, it's just the arcade game. There is a makeshift training mode that's really awkward and weird, the way you would expect with like MAME cheats. It's not like a real training mode. The real pseudo fake, real fake 3D backgrounds are not in KI2. Those were added to Killer Instinct Gold on the N64. There are... I'm trying to think. I don't think there are any 3D backgrounds in Arcade KI2. There are, of course, in Arcade KI1, the rooftop stages. But I'm pretty sure there are no 3D stages in 2. But in KI Gold, most of the stages were remade to be 3D, basically. All right. Finally. The raffle's open. Type raffle in chat if you want to have a chance of picking the next game. In the meantime, I shall endeavor to remember to update the spreadsheet. Speaking of which, if you joined recently, we're playing fighting games from a list of games, primarily stuff piled up in my collection. So if you want to enable things to run smoothly, I recommend that you type !VS in chat to take a look at the spreadsheet, pick out something that looks interesting, that is eligible, have your pick ready, and if your name is drawn, let her rip, and we'll get right into it. Rise of the Robots 2 Resurrection, aka Resurrection Rise 2, aka Rise 2 Resurrection, has now been played. Boom, there we go. We are now at 77.96% completion as it stands. Although those numbers are not quite accurate, given that there are a couple of ineligible games that are not likely to ever become eligible again due to like weird PS3 stuff and what have you. But roughly speaking, we're a bit over 3/4 of the way through until I buy another 20 fighting games, that is. But I have so many of them that it's getting increasingly difficult to find new fighting games to buy, I guess. Or it's getting increasingly difficult to find old fighting games to buy, to be more accurate. This game has 0 issues. I mean, who am I to argue with Quan Chi, right? Alright, last chance, accounting for Twitch lag and whatnot. Type raffle in chat if you want to have a chance to pick the next game. Hydrate.
Let's go!
Fucking audio levels, man. It's a blow up. Alright. Let's roll it. Boom. The opponent. Congrats, you get to pick the next game. Could I compare KI2 versus Rise 2? How do they differ aside from everything? I mean, aside from that, there's really not much. Dude, look at that color scheme. Lord Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf's like the one character who clearly has more than one color. And actually kind of make it work. I don't even like watermelon, but I'm kind of want some watermelon now. Samurai Spirit's Tenkaichi Kenkakuden. Alright, so I believe that's on the PS4, right? I don't think that's on the other Sam Show collection. Let me double check what it says in the list. Right, yes, PS4 it is. Okay. That's a pretty cool game that I don't know very well. I also don't know offhand how well the PS2, PS4 version works. I reckon it's probably a bit laggy and weird. But that's fine. I probably don't know the game nearly well enough for that to have a strong impact. Let me get... that's not the right arcade stick. And get the actual PS4 arcade stick. That might help. Are you guys tired of this song yet? Alright, let's plug that in. Let's boot up the PS4. It's probably going to need to rebuild some databases or some shit. That's really the case. Time to leave the office. Let's go. Alright, finally. It's the real Happy Friday begins now, huh? When a man can afford multiple arcade sticks. Well, I mean, I've had one of these arcade sticks for 9 years, and I've had the other one for about 12 years. So, I mean, and at that point in time, an arcade stick was like 150 bucks, maybe 100 to 150. So it's not, it's, you know, today it would be a slightly more luxurious extravagance, but over time, not too bad. All right, enough of this nonsense. Pretty funny. It's not CD music. Obviously, you pop the disc out and it keeps playing. I mean, not that you would expect it to be given the chunky sound quality or anything, but it's interesting. All right, I gotta mess with some HDMI cables here to get the PS4 capture going. We might as well hop on over to the PS4 scene. And let's see if I can find cable. Not look great. Ah, it's all the way over there. Not the most elegant setup, but What it is. There we go. Yeah, I think I fucked up the capture here by jiggling a USB cable a little bit too hard. Because the capture just disappeared. Or is it? No, it was just hidden. Hey, there we go. Whew. Okay, I thought I broke something.
Yes, I'm very impressed.
For good reason. All right. We change input here so I can see what I'm doing. Versus fighting Slam Show games over here. Yeah, there we go. Because we're not online, but I think we'll be fine. Let's update some info here. Guess this should be on my PS4. Okay, it is, but it's the PS2 cover because it's the PS2 game. So this is a PS2. Like, they released a handful of these on the PS4. It's just an emulated PS2 game. So there's gonna be some wackiness. I don't think I have a super great setup. Actually, let me try this. If we do this, why? Okay, I'm confused. Why this is actually cropped reasonably correctly. Okay, sure. Let's just do it like this. I don't understand why it's doing this. I would have expected it to be squashed 16:9, whatever. We take those. And we'll get started in mere moments. Let me catch up. For a very long time, I thought Samurai Shodown Sen was another name for this game until proven otherwise last year. Yeah, that game is kind of confusing too, because it was originally Samurai Spirits Sen in Japan, and the first time that came out in English in America, it was called Samurai Showdown and some subtitle. I keep wanting to say Warrior's Rage, but that's the second Hyper Neo Geo game or something like that. But it had some shitty generic subtitle. And then when the Xbox 360 version came out in PAL, it's called Samurai Showdown Sen. But that's a 3D game for those unfamiliar. That's a weird halfway sort of mix between trying to be a Soul Calibur kind of game, but also a Sam Show game. It's not terrible, but it's a weird game. The one thing I like about that game a lot is that it has a fairly substantial roster of new original characters, and most, if not all of them, are really sick. And I always wished for more of those characters to come back. And I was kind of bummed that none of them... I don't think any of them made it into the newest game. Maybe... What's her name? Suzuhime, I think? I remember she landed very high up on a character popularity poll that they did. But I can't recall if she ever made it into the game. I think she might have, actually. She's like a little girl with a giant surfboard sword. It was actually kind of cool, despite being a character archetype that I don't really like. But even then, because the character design of that game is kind of sick, she's actually kind of cool. Yeah, leverless arcade controllers have been a thing for probably about a decade. I mean, currently in like competitive fighting games, they're definitely more popular than arcade sticks. And yes, the basic design usually is using, instead of using 32mm buttons, which is like the standard button size, sometimes it's a mix, but they often use 28mm, I think it is, like the slightly smaller size that you would have for like the start button on this arcade stick, for example. Like the start button's a little bit smaller. And you typically have left, down, right on a row, and then you have up like for your thumb. So you have like a thumb button to jump that you can technically use with either hand, and you have your action buttons like you would on a normal arcade stick. And I forget the name, but there's like I guess it's a Chinese brand that makes pretty decent, very affordable ones, like sub $100 ones, that I've been like kind of curious to grab one, because you know, new toys are always fun. Gundam Jehudi Kai, what's up? Remember the character select being so large you can't really navigate it properly due to the time limit being too short. Yeah, this game has a lot of characters. This game was the kind of tagline for this game was like Samsho like Matsuri Festival. And it's kind of a culmination, a celebration of the entire series. I don't know if it literally has every character from all the previous games, at least like the mainline ones, the Neo Geo games, but it might. It also has like a whole bunch of new characters. It also has like a the vibe of the game is like a little bit different. It doesn't really have a lot of blood and violence. I mean, you fight, but like I don't think there's any finishing moves in this game, and there aren't like giant bursts of blood, because it has a little bit more of a lighthearted, playful vibe to it, relatively. But yeah, you can see here for all the high scores, you have the character portrait, and then it says 6. That's because in this game, when you pick a character, you can pick the style of the character from like any game of the series. So it's kind of like Hyper Street Fighter 2 or Ultra Street Fighter 4, where like every character has a version based on each previous game. So depending on which version you pick, you get like a different set of mechanics. Obviously, Samsho has had that in the past with Slash and Bust, but it's like blown out of proportion in this one. Samurai Shodown Edge of Destiny was the name of Samurai Spirit Sen. Yeah, like a title that's like very interchangeable with anything else. Hitbox style arcade controllers that have WASD keyboard buttons. Yeah, Lashar from Korea, right? He placed top whatever at Capcom Cup with Chun-Li, sick player. He plays on an arcade stick that has a WASD keyboard set on the right hand side and like 8 buttons on the left side. You know, there's something for everyone. And people do like really weird, I mean, there's like the insane like Smash Bros joysticks with like 45 extra buttons to account for the analog inputs and shit. Yeah, like Gundam says, like leverless controllers often use like keyboard switches, so they don't require the same depth. You don't need as much room. So people make like super duper compact controllers. So a lot of the a big reason why a lot of people prefer to use leverless controllers, not just because it's like more efficient in terms of playing, they are also a lot more portable. And that's like a big reason why I would like to have one that you can like more easily just stuff in a backpack and not even need an entire backpack dedicated to the controller like you basically need with an arcade stick. Yeah, the portraits look all fucked up there. I'm assuming it's some kind of a deinterlacing kind of thing, which is fucked up because you would think this would be progressive scan, but I don't know. Maybe you need to hold a button when you boot it up to get progressive scan or something. I don't know, but some weird thing going on. We'll see. All right. Oh yeah, I guess did my joystick turn off? My start button doesn't seem to start. This start? Why? No. Do I have to press like R2 to simulate a start button? It's a PS4 joystick. Oh, I guess it does have a PS3 mode, but it wasn't set to it. Like, controller's working. Maybe my start button is broken on my joystick? I guess we can find out, right? No, it works fine. What's going on? Did the controls stop working because I was in the attract mode for too long? Like the touchpad? What the fuck? I tried the touchpad before and it didn't work, but now it does work. Okay. Whatever. Fucked up. Spirits edit mode. But yeah, you can see the text too is like all messed up. The SNK Playmore logo is extremely fucked up. But it's like, technically speaking, the PS4 doesn't have any kind of backwards compatible support. So as far as the console is concerned, this is a PS4 piece of software like anything else. So there are no system level options for scaling or anything like that. You're just at the mercy of how they chose to do it. Which is part of why it's like these releases are a bit scuffed. I'm pretty sure this is going to be really difficult, but we'll try our best. Alright, so original is console and arcade is arcade. Display. This is a weird setting. Okay, so this is actually specific to like the PS4 release. Okay, I was gonna say the scan lines would not have made any sense on the PS2 version. I feel like they make limited sense here as well, but oh yeah, I guess you can't really see, but there's like wallpaper type stuff, because like the resolution does not, it's not an integer scale to 1080 vertically, because it's 480, right? So it's like 960. Yeah, so when in this display mode, the pixels are doubled, but it's fucked up because the font still looks messed up. But it might have been like that on PS2 as well, I guess. Yeah, it's art because there's art in the background, but it's not really art. It's just an SNK logo or a picture of a Neo Geo. It's gonna look a bit fucked up, but the thing is, like, in the game itself, there's all this like scaling and shit anyway, so it's gonna look a bit messy regardless. Turn page. Spirits Mikiri Yochi. So yeah, the null gauge. So this is the initial value of null gauge at one piece side can be changed, and this setup just reflects spirits. Well, that explains everything. So I'm guessing that's the meditation meter, the state of nothingness, I guess. Which I don't know, is that a thing? Is that, I don't know which modes have it. I don't know what Mikiri is either. We'll leave everything at default. So, is there a visual? There is not. So most of the, well, okay. I was gonna say most of the Neo Geo ports, but even stuff like the Atomic Wave ports, some of them, like Neo Geo Battle Coliseum and I think KOF 11, have options for filtering of the sprites. But I guess this one doesn't have that. So light, middle, strong, kick, special. Right, so this is a 5-button game. So throw is a macro, right? Yeah, allocate actions medium slash plus heavy slash to the keys. Amazing localization here. I love this like full width font for the English text that's like really hard to read. Can you change the 0th continue to rise mode? I'm not sure. We'll have to look. Possible. Spirit use is medium plus light. Item use, kick plus light. Okay. Finish key config. So I will say, as far as the visuals of this game goes, I haven't played this in a long time, and I know, having looked up some things, that it's like doesn't super duper hold up. But oh yeah, Spirits edit I think is I think Spirits is like which mode you play, so you can kind of make a custom one by mixing and matching mechanics, which is an awesome feature actually. But I remember when I first played this, when it first came out, I was really impressed and thought the backgrounds were really cool, because there aren't many Neo Geo is not the right word. There aren't many SNK games that came out in this kind of era. There's basically KOF 11, KOF Neowave, I guess, KOF 11, Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, and this, that were like the Atomis Wave SNK fighting games post Neo Geo that all ran in 640 by 480. So they still used the Neo Geo sprites, but they had high resolution backgrounds, kind of like CVS 1, I guess, because the backgrounds were still primarily all 2D. They remade them and added like 3D stages for the PS2 ports, but the arcade ones were like 2D. So I think this one also, because this is the PS2 version, they have like polygonal 3D constructed versions of some of the stages, but they still mostly use 2D assets. So you still get these like 2D backgrounds that look pretty nice, but at least some of them. I remember there's one stage with like a bunch of ships on the water that have like awesome sense of depth and like the exact kind of mix between 2D and 3D that I really love. Like leveraging good 2D art while also leveraging like the 3D technology. It makes it sound fancy. It's very basic, but like of perspective and parallax and stuff. And I don't know, we'll see. Arcade mode. So just like up front, I don't know how to play any characters in any of these games, so I'd likely... Oh, it's... I forgot about this, but yeah, the layout of this is so fucked up. Oh, Yunfei is such a sick character. Mina's cool too. Right, but yeah, these are all the bosses. Well, not all of them, but some of these. Yeah, these are, I guess, all the boss characters. Okay, can we... Yeah, all the animal helpers. Oh, Yoshitora is pretty sick too, but I was gonna say Helmut is the only character I know something anything. All right, so there's 1 through 6, but also 7 and 8. Able to arrange the system. More you attack, more you excel. Hyper guard, break defense, throw item. Yeah, we'll just rock the defaults. Let's start the timer. This is gonna be very overwhelming and confusing. Fucking sick though. These games are all sick. I've always loved the art in this series, but I've never played them much. It is time of Tenmei in the middle of the Edo period. Stage is set with the world as the battleground. The mightiest of all will come forth. The fucking full width font is so shit. It is like such a bad localization. Not even speaking about the translation itself, but oh, the 3D. Love it. As a sensei, I will train you. I mean, I guess it's like authentic to the shitty Neo Geo translations to have that be bad also. But just like the font treatment and everything, it's just like so awful to look at. What's up, Taco? Yeah, the background characters have kind of a weird look to them. Alright, do I... Oh, yeah, I can... Okay, I was trying to figure out if I could pick up the coins, but... The hyper guard. Is that a throw? Oh, break guard. That's what they call it, yeah. Music's pretty sick. Pretty different for this series, but... Yeah, but like I said, it's got this like festival vibe, right? Oh, my controls are reversed. It's should be illegal. The item dudes are like... They show up constantly. So I don't know if I can do anything with my rage gauge. Alright, we're gonna mostly be doing normals, I think. I love that wind pose. Characters in this series are so fucking cool. This makes me like super excited for a new sequel. I mean, not that they've announced one or anything, but like, man, I want to see a new sequel. I think Sam Show 7 was, by and large, like a very successful resurrection of the series. There are aspects of the game in terms of its visual presentation that I don't like. But I think it's as good as you could have hoped for. Mr. Haomaru, I'm honored to fight with you. Like, in a lot of ways, I think it's not the worst looking Sam Show game, but it's like kind of worse looking than any of the 2D ones. I don't like in the new game how the character models are kind of proportioned. They're very chunky and have like really big hands and feet, which is like not the way the sprites ever looked in 2D. And there's also some changes to the character designs, which all very clearly feel like they were basically concessions made for the 3D rendering. Like Ukyo, for example, has his hair in a ponytail. Charlotte's outfit is pretty different. Okay. Ah! The whiff punish. And like there's none of those changes, like most of them are pretty innocent and like not a big deal, but at the same time every single one of those changes in my mind, like there isn't a single one that I feel is a change for the better. So like some total kind of it adds up to something that doesn't feel like I could have punished that for sure. I like how in the Neo Geo games, when you have like a full meter, it can do like a super or a finishing move or something. It tells you the command on screen. I feel like I could use that, but all right, we're just gonna do normals. Yeah, the backgrounds are all in double resolution compared to the characters. That's what I was saying. Like, because the game runs at 640 by 480, which is not exactly, but roughly double the resolution of the Neo Geo. Which obviously these sprites were. These are like the Sam Show 3, 4 sprites. 1 and 2 kind of uses the same graphics, and then for 3 they redrew all the graphics, which is part of why 3 is like. Sam Show 3 is kind of like the KOF 96 of the series, where it's like a half step towards redoing everything, so it's like a little bit light on content. It's also mechanically, I feel like 3 is generally regarded as like the least well-liked game in the series. But the visual style is like impeccable. The character sprites look phenomenal, and they were never like fully redone after that. Obviously they added a lot of characters in the subsequent games, including this one, but characters like Haomaru and Ukyo are like the same as they were back then. Yeah, so Itoha is one of the kind of flagship, I guess you can call, new characters of this game. So Crates, what's up? Wish it was still feasible to do sprite-based animation. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of reasons why it isn't. At least in the context of like bigger companies looking for a bigger kind of market segment. But we can definitely appreciate the artistry that goes into this kind of art, and at least appreciate that there are... Ah, she threw the rock. I don't know how to pick up items. Not to do what I meant to do. You know, companies like SNK aren't making pixel art fighting games, but there are people who do make them. Like Enka music, pretty sick. Throw, nope. There we go. Ah, that wasn't enough. Can I chip? Oh, I think I probably chipped. I think ultimately, like, I do think pixel art, of course, like, obviously, I like pixel art, and I think it has a lot of specific appeal. And there's definitely stuff that is easier to do in 2D than in 3D. Like, specifically, the fact that every drawing is just a drawing. So, like, if you wanted to do something that's specific, sick, like a unique state of a character, something specific happens to them that drastically alters their appearance, for example, whether that is like adding or removing a piece of clothing, or letting out their hair, or, you know, being transformed into something. Like in 2D, there's no hurdle to doing any of those things because it's just another drawing. You just draw something else. But obviously with polygonal graphics, it becomes a whole other thing. You know, you have games like Darkstalkers, which have been sort of always understood to be... Oh, this might be that sick stage I was talking about before, that I remember being sick anyway. Darkstalkers has always been sort of understood to be a game that would be a challenge to kind of do in 3D, because every character just like transforms into all kinds of shit constantly. But I think there are, at least like demonstrably, looking at Arc System Works stuff, for example, but also other non-fighting game stuff like, I don't know, Hi-Fi Rush, or I don't know, you could look at something like Rollerdrome or Sable, or any one of these like Mobius style games. Like, creating a simulation of 2D illustration using polygonal graphics is like completely within the realm of possibility. It's not really technical limitations preventing that from being a thing, so much as it is like, you know, budget considerations and like practical, logistical sort of limitations. Or, you know, just a oh, I think I remembered, I think it's light and kick to pick up items. I just remembered. You know, there's a degree of artistry and skill that goes into it that, like, not anyone can do it, you know, evidently. Whoops. He threw the knife at me. Oh, dude, the fucking cross counter. Oh yeah, there we go. I picked up the cash. But that's why, like, I express such a, like, kind of disappointment in a way. I'm curious to try that. Yeah, I just use my meter. I don't know what I can actually do with it. Ah, fuck, I tried to parry that. That was a bad idea. HUDs are better in 2D than 3D. Well, it kind of depends on what it is, but sure. Okay, I'll be honest, I thought that was the game. Luckily, we're alive. Okay, yeah, that worked. I mostly want to confirm that I had the buttons down. Yeah, this game's like, or this stage, sorry, is not as like spectacular as I remember it, unless I was thinking of a different one. But it does like make great use of 3D, like with the perspective and the like the soft swaying. Oh, That was pretty fucking sick, though. I guess that was some kind of parry. He's using Samsho 1 mode. Maybe I should have just used 1 and get, like... It's like X-ism or... K-groove. Just a simple mode where you get buffed and... Oh yeah, fake start button, that's right. Start to use Kuroko. Okay, so it starts start now? No, start still not start, okay. L1 to change character's ability? What does that mean? Let's go with Hall mode anyway. The more you attack, the more you excel. Any action will increase the gauge. Simplest system for beginners. Hyper slash. I'm not using meter or anything for anything else, so might as well. As I was saying before, you know, I often express a frustration with new fighting games. Not like pushing the boundaries of expressing 2D artistry. Because I think there's a lot of stuff that Street Fighter 6, for example, does visually that I think is really cool. I think City of the Wolves is doing some cool stuff. I have zero qualms really with the way KOF 15 looks broadly. Like, I don't think it's my favorite looking KOF game, but it's like fine. Not like envelope pushing or anything. But I do think that like there are very few 2D fighters that like kind of reach the heights, not just of kind of the expressiveness and style of these like 2D drawings, but also like hard to phrase it, but a hyper slashed. Oh, okay, yeah, that works. Looking at the, I mean, not the backgrounds maybe, but the character sprites here, they're such a excellent, like, really, really good 2D art, like, can I do, yeah. That's pretty satisfying. Oh shit, okay. Like within the totality of possible artistic expression in 2D and pixel art, this is like, you know, there's no ceiling. You can't say that this is as good as it could get, but it's really fucking good. It's certainly well above any kind of bar for like good looking, and both in like a completely objective or like you know, all encompassing evaluation of the artistic sort of merit of these visuals, but also specifically within the context of pixel art. You look at these graphics and you say, they're beautiful. They're extremely well done. They look wonderful. They are expressive. They're just excellent. And I think there's very few polygonal, like 3D rendered 2D fighting games where I feel like I can say the same thing. And it doesn't matter to me, like what I'm looking for isn't technical excellence in like achieving something unusual or like cutting edge. You may, you know, naturally have to / want to use cutting edge technology to achieve it, but it's not the technology in itself that matters. Like, it's interesting, but it's the way things look that matters. And that's why I'm such a proponent also for like just very simple sort of PS2-esque, fuck it, let's just paint the textures. We don't have to do fancy rendering. We can just put the 2D art on the 3D canvas and it looks good. Therefore, it looks good. You know, like the the modern Arc System Works stuff, they typically use completely baked like lighting for the backgrounds. There's no actual like 3D rendering going on. They just like painted the lighting and shadow, and you know, it looks good, so why not? Oh, that's pretty unsafe on block. And I just think like it's frustrating to look at games like City of the Wolves or Street Fighter 6 and feel like, fuck, these companies, like, they have such amazingly talented artists, and these games have in the past been represented artistically, aesthetically, visually in such like amazing splendor, whether it's in game or in artworks, that like now that we have the technology to have something that looks like that in motion, it's like disappointing on some level to not see that even being pursued as far as like we can tell. Obviously there's going to be a lot of R&D in figuring out art styles and pipelines and everything that we are never going to be aware of, the general public. But based on what they choose to show and based on how the final products turn out, there's like, I feel like at the end of the day, like at some point potentially, even though again it's not really a matter of technical evolution, but you can imagine a scenario where you conceive of the way something should look and you can achieve it, and it doesn't really matter if it's drawings or pixels or 3D models or whatever, because you use some combination of techniques and you put it on screen and it looks good, and that's the end of it. We're seeing obviously the beginning of that, or we're seeing what that could look like looking at stuff like Dragon Ball FighterZ and Guilty Gear Strive and Grand Blue, where it's like, you look at Battle Fantasia, you look at Street Fighter 4, you look at KOF 14, you look at Samsho Sen, and like very clearly, oh, I thought the fish was food. I guess it was a projectile. And you see like, well, you know, it's not as nice as the 2D games, but you know, it's all right. And I think even with Xrd, there are specific things you can compare individual frames that look a little bit weird, but they went about it in a very smart way, and as a result, the actual sort of sum total of the visuals of that game, I think looks good enough that you don't see a lot of people in general wishing for Guilty Gear to go back to 2D sprites. I think that's like the simplest way of putting it, right? I think SNK games are like the worst for it, but it happens with Street Fighter 2. Well, not Street Fighter 2, but Street Fighter as well. That, you know, you go into Twitch chat or YouTube comments and people go like, man, I wish they'd go back to pixel art. But no one really says that about Guilty Gear, because they figured out a way to not lose nothing in the process, but certainly lose a lot less. And it's a little strange to me that it feels like Capcom and SNK aren't... I mean, they might have looked into it, tried it, and determined that this is outside of our skill or purview for whatever reason. And I'm definitely not saying, oh, I wish everything looked like Guilty Gear Strive. But there is clearly an avenue. There's clearly still uncharted waters in terms of expressing an illustrative style in 3D. And I think fighting games are a uniquely appropriate venue for exploring those things, given that it's a type of game where you have very strict control over the camera and like what's being shown on screen and how, which is like for any 3D graphics, the thing that tends to make things like very challenging is when you have an interactive camera that the player can sort of, you know, when the author relinquishes control over what's being shown on screen and how to the player, there's certainly a lot less freedom to cheat and do things in a specific way. But fighting games, you can lock things down in a way that, you know, you would have, it would be easier in a lot of ways, I imagine, to do things like that in a fighting game than in many other types of games. And pretty much all modern polygonal 2D fighting games still do a lot of these things that are like cheats to make it appear more 2D. For example, like in Street Fighter, and I'm pretty sure like KOF and most games do this, like even though the character models are 3D, they don't clip into each other. You always have one character fully in front of the other, because when the 3D models intersect one another, like it just feels bad, basically. That was bad use for the Hyper Slash. This guy's a boss from 5, I think. Probably dead, yeah. Yeah, I got him. I mean, I think that's like just an extremely obvious observation. That like things that like whether something looks good, whether something remains memorable and like has a lasting impact, it's generally not to do with like how technically advanced it is, but more is like what's the actual artistic. No, fighting games when they were at their height in their not in their 90s, the 90s. You know, it was a confluence of technical, you know, being at the technical forefront in some ways, technical excellence in just like how to build and make stuff, but also, of course, the artistry being, you know, the best in the industry. And some of those things aren't like really as true in a lot of the fighting games that are being made today. But I think it's a big issue in games in general, at least in the sort of higher end of budgets and that sort of territory, that whiffed a crouching heavy when I mean to do one. Oh, I tried to throw him, but the pursuit of realism and technical like fidelity in 3D rendering is a fool's errand, in my opinion. We're long past the point of like how good graphics need to get. Firmly into the realm of diminishing returns. Yeah, we'll rock. Okay, let me see if I can find my way to the one. I feel like the way the spin. Yeah, there we go. Like, why does it spin? When I tap right, it goes like all over the place. It's really confusing. And I think games in general, like I'm far more compelled by the aesthetics of games that don't try to pursue realism or fancy rendering on a sort of a technical level. And this has been the case for probably 20 years for me. Don't get me started. I mean, I could say the same, so we can drop that there. But what I mean is, it's to me it applies to everything, like art direction and putting a aesthetically pleasing image on screen is what matters. I think video games are just like a weirdly, I guess you shouldn't say that it's completely unique, because you kind of get into this with film to a degree, where people talk about like good CG or whatever, even though neither the person saying it nor anyone else really know what they mean by it. But like the entire idea of being able to sort of have some kind of delineation between like graphics parentheses technical and graphics parentheses art, it's really like, okay, I don't know what that is, but it looks bad. It's why I tend to like not really like using the word graphics. Yeah, that was a pretty bad punish. That was a bad whiff heavy. Okay, can I turn this around? Oh, I cannot. I pressed the button. I don't like talking about good graphics. I think it's using that terminology kind of muddies the water, because I often use the word fidelity because that's really like that really is kind of what we're talking about in terms of like sophisticated rendering techniques to put a lot of pixels on screen or whatever. And I mean, there are definitely like AAA games that have visuals that I find appealing, and I think there are games in which something that could on some level be described as pursuit of realism, or at the very least pursuit of higher fidelity rendering, is worthwhile. I just think it's naive to think of that as some kind of global universal endgame that benefits video games in general, let alone video games like universally. This fucking throw range though. Nice. Alright. Full on rage gauge explosion. But to kind of tie things together and bring it back, I just feel like with fighting games, the things that are being done in graphics in games like Street Fighter and Fatal Fury in the name of artistic expression, putting pretty images on screen with a tangible identity and style, all the attempts that are being made to do that, I think, are so conservative, so extremely conservative. This game, to me, that we're playing is like a beautiful example of how simple it truly is. Like, you can just put a drawing, someone can paint a painting or draw a drawing that looks fucking sick, and you put that on screen, and it's like, hey, people are just like so like overcomplicating this whole matter, when the reality of like the solution of putting a cool image on screen is you draw a cool image and then you put it on the screen. All right, so that was a weapon splitting attack or whatever. My sword has exploded. I reckon the dude's gonna come in with a new sword eventually. That's how it works in... Yeah, there we go. But... Oh, there we go. Oh, I got lucky there. I was gonna say I might die trying to pick that up. Well, I do remember Summer Spirit Zero, the 5th game, having extremely bullshit bosses. Honestly, this game has put up way less of a fight so far than I would have expected, but we'll see. I reckon this guy's gonna be pretty fucking cheap. Yeah, try to do my mega slash there, but okay. So he's gonna punish that. He's well within his rights. I just noticed the life bar says "Let's fight." Yeah, that's not an easily jumpable projectile, is it? Okay. Well, I mean, put up more of a fight than I expected. I feel like in SNK's case, a lot of it is budgetary concerns. Not to say that they'd be doing classic 2D visuals if they could. I think KOF and Sam Show look pretty good, all things considered. I don't disagree. I don't think that's too hot of a take. I mean, I think every game that they put out, break opponent's weapon. All right, special. We'll just rock this. I don't really know how to do the any of the other stuff. With the possible exception of SNK Heroines, I think every game post KOF 14 that the SNK have put out have been an improvement over the last one. I've never minded what any of them have looked like. Like, yeah, KOF 14 was not a looker, but it's fine. Like, I don't think KOF 2002, like, in its context, is a great looking game either, but it's not really, you know, the most important thing. And I mean, to be clear, I'm not complaining that the graphics are bad or the games are ugly, or they're incompetent or they're doing something wrong-headedly or whatever. At least, or I mean, certainly not within the parameters that they have at hand. But I do feel like it is an issue that is much larger than any one individual developer, because I think a lot of it comes down to kind of market expectations and the, you know, the kind of marketability. Yeah, it's just an anti-air. Yeah, so my punch, I basically have like one punch normal. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna... I got punished for picking up the sword. In fact, I tried to not pick up the sword. I thought I could just do a jab. But apparently you don't need to use the weapon, or the item pickup command to pick up your weapon. Just hitting jab will pick up your sword. Like, for all my complaints about the whole visual thing, I don't think necessarily SNK, for example, are incentivized to try to do what I would like them to do. So I don't think it's necessarily that they should or would want to do it, but are stubborn or stupid or incompetent or anything like that. I think... I don't exactly know, but... Oh boy. Okay, I should have it. It's kind of an unfortunate combination of factors that make it... like, it's a weird paradox, right? Because the thing that makes a game like KOF 14 look cheap and ugly and bad is, like, simultaneously the desperate Hail Mary to make it even remotely marketable to anyone outside the super hardcore niche of people who have been, you know, sold for 20 years already. City of the Wolves is the new Fatal Fury game, yeah. I think Same Show 19 and City of the Wolves and KOF 15 all, like I said, iterate on the previous games, and they all do things to make things look... I hate to use the word stylized because it doesn't mean anything. It's too vague of a term to describe anything. But, like, there is an artistic expression that you can see beyond just the most generic, you know, Blinn shader, which is, like, good. But there's, like I said, it's just way conservative. I think you could do so much more. And I think, to me personally, at least, you know, just based on my taste, I think Arc System Works are, you know, they were just really onto something with their kind of... They do a lot of things with Exert and everything since, but an easy thing to point at is obviously the frame rate modulation, and by just on a fundamental level approaching the animation that way allows them a lot of freedoms that instantly open doors to stylizing the look and feel of motion, and doing interesting things, but also more specifically emulating the feel of 2D animation. And that is a perfect example of something that I feel frustrating that no one else is even, like, pursuing within the fighting game realm, really, right? And it's weird to me because I feel like, again, I'm not saying that I would want everything to copy the look of Exert, and frankly, I think Arc System Works themselves have shown a pretty nice breadth, because I think you look at, I mean, Exert and Strive don't look the same, but I think there's more to it than Strive simply looking better. They do different things, but Dragon Ball looks different, Grand Blue looks different. These games do not have the same art style. DNF Duel, I guess, is somewhere in that conversation. That also doesn't, I mean, I guess it's closer to Dragon Ball than anything else, but they each have, they are not applying the exact same template to all of them. And I think they have shown some kind of breadth, but I would love to see, I mean, I think the frame rate modulation is like the one thing that is consistent between all of those games. And I think I would love to see that one thing. What would City of the Wolves look like if they did that? And it's not just to say, like, with the exact same graphics as it has, if we just cut out a bunch of frame interpolation. I mean, I think it would be interesting to look at, but it's more that if you take that approach with the graphics, how would you approach designing the animation? How would you approach designing the look of it? And I think there's so much more that could be done to make it something that feels on the same level as something like Real Bout 2. I think, on, again, like, just speaking to my personal taste, it's such a gross oversimplification and generalization that I feel silly saying it, but I prefer 2D arts over 3D art, kind of. It's not always exactly true, because I fucking love scale models, I love action figures, so to a degree, there is, you know, sculpture that there is a three-dimensional kind of expression that I find offers something that I cannot get in 2D. But I suppose when it comes to video games, for the time being anyway, they are largely being presented on 2D screens. So what I'm being served at the end of the day is a 2D image. And yes, 3D rendering offers a tremendous creativity and possibility space that is inaccessible if you're only using 2D. But I think the opposite is also true. And even if I prefer 2D over 3D, there are specific appeals in both that I like. You know, I fucking love System Seicom Mist clone adventure games with dodgy mid-90s CG graphics. And like Jiku Tante Didi, the time-traveling Dracula detective adventure game on the Saturn, is a sick game, and it's got that like 90s CG. The sequel actually has painted 2D art instead of CG. And when I played that game, I was like so bummed out and like disappointed. I was like, man, I kind of miss the CG. Even though by like most standard human metrics, the painted art in 2 is like better looking. So there is an appeal to it, right? And I think we had a good decade and a half of primarily, almost exclusively, 2D fighting games with 2D art. And once the transition to polygonal graphics became kind of the standard, there is a specific appeal to 2D art that has been kind of lost. And I think what it's more so than saying that I dislike the 3D visuals, because again, I think there's a lot of cool shit going on, and especially in Street Fighter 6, that in a lot of ways couldn't really be done with 2D art. But it's the lack of variety, I guess. Like, I find it sad that the explorations and advancements in what's being done with 3D graphics for 2D fighting games is kind of happening at the expense of expanding, exploring what could be done with 2D visuals, or, you know, simulated 2D visuals. There are people doing, you know, you have both the Arc System Works stuff, but also like French Bread doing actual 2D visuals, and, you know, there's indie games, etc. And that's cool and all, but there's like a space to be explored. There are boundaries to push, and it's like disappointing on some level when you have entities like Capcom and SNK who are primarily the guys responsible for pushing those envelopes back then, who kind of aren't right now. So I don't know. KOF 14 didn't look great, but after the ordeal they went through with KOF 13, it's kind of a miracle it exists in the first place. Sure. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's... I mean, the writing was on the wall long before KOF 13 even came out. That, like, this is just not... It's... This isn't gonna, like... It's not feasible. I mean... KOF 14 is miraculous in a lot of ways, but KOF 13 is miraculous. They had to release KOF 12 as a stopgap measure, and, you know, it's just... It wasn't sustainable then, let alone now. I think the characters in KOF 13 look amazing. I think it is a gorgeous game, and I think it's ludicrous to present a case that, like, 14 or 15 looks better. But there are parts of 13 that I don't love. But I mean, yeah, I think it's... I mean, speaking strictly about the graphics even. The visuals. But it's... I feel like it's such a self-evident thing that, like, yeah, it looks great, but, like, you know, it's fucking... I don't know. The Sistine Chapel is pretty sick, but... I guess we're just doing standard ceilings now. You know, some things get created and they're amazing, but it's not realistic to think that they're setting the bar for a standard moving forward. And you can set yourself up to be disappointed every time someone makes something that doesn't live up to it, or you can live in reality. Is kind of how I feel about that, I guess. It's maybe arguable that SNK shouldn't have been attempting something like KOF 13 in the first place. I mean, I think that's where you logically end up, right? Like, it's... We can be incredibly appreciative of the fact that it exists, that it was brought into this world. But that's, I feel like, probably the only argument that you can make in favor of, like, yeah, it was the correct decision. And to be clear, you know, I think it's... I'm not making the argument that we should let the bean counters make every artistic decision. It's fucking sick that they were able to do it. But... I think it's, like, at the same time, just not necessarily fair to be mad that they're not doing it again. Taco says, I refuse to believe a tremendous amount of that wasn't poor management. I think that process could be quite streamlined. I think that's probably fair as well. I think there's definitely... There are a lot of ways to approach, you know, 2D art production, pixel art, etc. And I think SNK at that time didn't necessarily give the impression of being a super well-oiled machine. And yeah, but again, I think ultimately a lot of what we see in, like, to take SNK is kind of in a weird spot, because I think they are, even though they've got, I don't know, endless Saudi blood money or whatever, and they're definitely, you know, kind of stomping around trying to become a bigger entity, which is, you know, partially exciting for sure, but they're definitely not Capcom, you know? And SNK definitely could they can't release something like SNK Heroines, which is definitely a weird niche title. But looking at SNK is, I mean, I have a lot of thoughts and feelings on it for sure, but they're a little bit disconnected from the same kind of situation like a Capcom, where Capcom, or rather, they're not disconnected from it. They're part of the same thing, but Capcom becomes a clearer kind of encapsulation of what I mean, which is that they are kind of beholden to, I don't know, shareholders, but a kind of general wider gaming audience who have, I imagine anyway, a lot of hang-ups about what things should look like, you know, where, like I said, KOF 14 looks cheap and ugly or whatever, but the alternative, they could put out a game that looked like KOF 13 and you would have people made fun of KOF 14 for having PS2 graphics. If they release a game that had 2D pixel art, no matter how good it looked, you'll have a substantial segment of people who will make fun of it for having, well, I would say Super Nintendo graphics, but the people who make fun of it probably don't really know what a Super Nintendo is. PS1 graphics, mobile graphics. They'll say, you know, it used to be LOL 2D or SNES graphics, and then it became looks like a Flash game. You know, people said Skullgirls looks like a Flash game, which is obviously patently insane and wrong, but that's what people said. That's the frame of reference. And people very derisively say that things look like mobile games, which I think is like an extra level of super fucked up, because mobile games to me often have, like, they're far more visually appealing than console games. It doesn't really matter if it's 2D or 3D. Like, mobile games, aside from the fact that you have shit like Genshin or whatever, like, or for that matter, RE4 remake running on an iPhone, like, it's mobile game graphic, like, it's only a derogatory thing to say because the capital G gamers have decided that mobile games are beneath them. That's like middle-aged women play mobile games and kids play mobile games and Fortnite, LOL, whatever. So there's like this idea that there's some kind of hierarchical structure, and make no mistake, anything 2D is absolutely a second-class citizen in that kind of ecosystem. And I think that's why a company like Capcom couldn't, you know, the expenses or the difficulties in producing pixel art, I think, is pretty far down on the list of concerns in terms of why you couldn't justify making a Street Fighter with 2D art today. They couldn't market it as a flagship title if it looked that way. And I think it's very unfortunate. And it's, I want to believe that we are headed towards a direction of that being less and less the case, but it's an ongoing and slow journey. I think, like, you know, where I've mentioned this a lot in the past, and it is my belief, or at the very least my hope, that, you know, as we have more generations of people growing up with video games, or like sort of not being familiarized with video games in the context of new technology always being like the best, most exciting, interesting thing. Like, for someone you know, of my generation, I'm 38. I wasn't there like from the beginning, but I remember, you know, the NES essentially being the cutting edge, or, you know, arcade games, the Neo Geo certainly being the cutting edge. And for a long time, the cutting edge evolving, the technological advancements happened in parallel with not just artistry and like the tool sets and like how to express things artistically within the realm of video games, like, evolving, but also, you know, the ideas being explored of what was possible. Like, new things were being, like, everything was moving so fast that I think it was difficult, and in some ways not even necessarily reasonable, to divorce like the technical advancements from sort of artistic excitement things, because everything was happening very quickly, and there wasn't really, like, I would say somewhere around the kind of PS2 era, things started to kind of flatten out a little bit, where there was maybe started to becoming a clearer distinction of games that kind of chased, in very simple terms, art versus realism. That's not really how it breaks down, but like fidelity, we can call it. I don't like to use the word realism either, because that's not really what it's about, but fidelity, you can say. Of course, there are many examples of much older games that have aged poorly on account of being overly concerned with the technical achievement over the artistic expression, but I think it's still like exciting and different enough, like over the 80s and 90s, when, like, yeah, there's old chunky polygonal games, but they still, like, even if it's formed by the limitations, that attempt at, like, I don't know, we played the Virtua Fighter anniversary thing, VF1, like, it was realistic and high fidelity for its time, but it's also like it becomes by necessity an interesting stylization. And once technology became sufficiently advanced, it became possible to create 3D or like video game visuals without artistry. I don't know. That's a very rude and weird way of putting it, but like on some level, again, extremely oversimplified, but we can call it that, I guess. And I think it shaped a lot of people, like it, because I think a lot of it comes down to marketing. It's the fault with like both people making and selling games, but also people playing and demanding things, right? You know, the audience wants a certain thing because they have been conditioned to think of, you know, when a company like Sony, for example, positions a game like God of War or Spider-Man or The Last of Us or whatever as like a big deal, they're conditioning people to think of what those things are as a big deal. And conversely, things that don't look like that, things that aren't like that, are not a big deal. And that's not like a new idea, but that's kind of what I'm getting at with the cutting edge of technology being like a big deal, and being able to do something that wasn't possible before is a big deal. And on the kind of flip side, doing something that is aesthetically, artistically a big, you know, well, that's not a bad word for it, but like artistically cool and exciting and visually unique or whatever, has rarely, if ever, in and of itself been something that you could kind of market as being a big deal. And I think that's what's kind of conditioned people to dismiss things that seem simple or basic, or, you know, we're kind of well past it, I think, by and large nowadays, but 15 years ago, my maybe least favorite expression to hear anyone say with regards to discussing video games or video game art, really games in general, was saying that something isn't even 3D. Obviously, you know, people would have said that 25 years ago as well, but like as recently as 10 to 15 years ago, you could hear someone dismiss something out of hand for saying, and I mean, again, I think there are people who think that way today as well, but like, oh, it's not even 3D. As if 3D is somehow a just improvement over 2D, like that 3D makes 2D obsolete. And I think that completely ties in with that way of thinking, where like, well, we've moved past this old thing. Things should be done in this new way now because it's newer and it's better. And I think for a long time, the newest stuff became considered better because that's what was constantly being marketed. That's what's available. Like for a long time, you couldn't really go back and buy older games the way you kind of can now. I mean, it's still, there's a significant room for improvement on that front, but it's still kind of better and, you know, than it was a couple of decades ago. More to the point, old games and new games, expensive games and cheap games, 2D games and 3D games, cartoony games and realistic games, like all these different types of games coexist on, not on equal terms, but perhaps closer to equal terms than ever. And my sort of hope is that people, like, eventually, everyone who gets introduced to video games and kind of grows up with video games do so in a world where all these different things coexist and they're kind of liberated from this archaic way of thinking that video games have become better over time, so that something is older or uses older techniques or uses older art styles is inherently weaker or worse than whatever the new shit is. I think we're at an interesting kind of crossroads of sorts, because we're kind of seeing in real time currently, I guess it's over dramatic to call it the crash of sort of AAA games, but I have felt for quite a long time that AAA games and the kind of pursuit of infinite growth and risk averseness and just like these hundreds of millions of dollars being put into a game that can do fine, but then the studio is just shut down anyway because it didn't generate sufficiently infinite revenue or whatever, that it's just like not sustainable. And you know, the industry is in a completely fucked place right now, and it's definitely affecting more than just the biggest, you know, companies and the AAA sort of part of it. But I guess more to the point, the AAA part of it is also not immune to those kinds of troubles. And I feel like my hope sort of is that publishers and consumers can collectively reach some sort of agreement that, you know what, it's fine for things to not have to be infinitely gigantic. Corpo's making billions, still cutting jobs to please shareholders. I mean, sure, there's definitely I mean, there's the Bobby Koticks of the world who make it out of this with like a $300 million parachute or whatever. You know, it's, yeah, I'm not saying things are great they're, or even heading in a great direction, but I feel like there's, again, maybe it's just optimism, maybe it's my hope more so than an analysis of what things are actually like, but a hope that there are alternatives to, I guess, what we could call conventional wisdom as to what's marketable and what's important and what people want and what people care about, that can get some kind of foothold. Even if we're talking about basic things like having a game that is reasonably expensive but also can have an actually interesting aesthetic. I don't know. I mean, we've got a long way to go. We have stuff like Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown coming out earlier this year. That's like a gorgeous game, a fucking sick game from a big publisher that's released at like, what, 40 or 50 bucks, and people are like pissed because there's this like feeling that because it's a 2D game, or because it's a Metroid kind of game, or because it's less than 48 million hours long, or I don't know what the criteria is exactly. Like, some people clearly have a knee-jerk reaction, like some kind of mysterious criteria that say, no, this should not be more than $20 because it's a cheap throwaway whatever, it's not a big proper game. it's like one of the coolest games of the year. It's a sick game. Like, how... I know and understand that I'm the one who's like out of touch. I'm the weird one here. I get that, but it's like, I just think it's fucked up that there's that extremely narrow idea of what you're allowed to charge a reasonable amount of money for, especially with like not just the inflation and everything going on now and like production costs, but like games, the cost of a game, the retail price for games have like, games are cheaper than ever, and the prices of games have absolutely not risen in like relation to inflation or like anything else, but people expect more and more for less and less, and it's, I don't know, it's like fucked up. I think if you could point to one thing that exposes how out of touch AAA publishers are, it's the success of Hades. Yeah, I mean, I think it, like, I think you can look at stuff like Hades, you can look at stuff like Portal, you can look at stuff like Untitled Goose Game, you can look at stuff like... It's a different conversation, of course, but even something like Fortnite, if we're talking very specifically about art styles and marketability, I mean, hell, fucking Mario Kart 8 continuing to sell like 8 billion copies 14 years later. Yeah, like I feel like there's like some amount of weird willful ignorance on both publishers' part but also consumers, where it's like there's this unspoken agreement that games that look 2D are cheap mobile flash games that cannot cost more than $20 and should be shit and no one should care, except if it's Hades, because then it's fucking game of the millennium, which isn't to say that the game doesn't deserve the accolades. It's a brilliant game, it's amazing, but it's frustrating to me when you have some of those games that sort of cut through, or like, you know, Portal again. Oh, games need to be 40 hours long or they're not worth my time. Oh, here's this cute quirky little puzzle platformer that's like 4 hours long, and oh, that one's fine. I don't know, it's like I don't know. You know, it's like people who are, I don't know, racist but have one black friend and be like, oh no, but they're fine. I kind of feel like it's that kind of thing where it's like people have this really strongly ingrained feeling that 2D games shouldn't be taken seriously, except there's this 2D game that I like. And instead of questioning that perception of whether 2D games should be taken seriously, that game is just considered an outlier. I'm not... when I say that game, I don't mean Hades specifically. I mean, like, whatever that person happened to, like, be okay with enjoying. I don't know. I think it's... Again, I think it's an interesting kind of problem that has been created in some kind of symbiosis between general audiences, consumers, as well as publishers and you know, marketing. Side scroller, I about lost my mind when I found out. Review about the Lost Crown. Yeah, to be clear, what I meant was not to say that people are hating on the game or being pissed at the game. I mean, sure, there are a lot of people. That game also didn't, I don't want to say that it didn't sell, but apparently it, you know, it didn't do Assassin's Creed numbers or anything. Again, understandable for the kind of thing it is. I mean, Metroid games don't do those kind of numbers either. But what I meant when I said people got pissed was like the idea that Ubisoft had the audacity to charge as much as $40 or $50 for the game, because, you know, Assassin's Creed currently is getting roasted for its whatever extra day one DLC and shit, whatever. But certain kinds of games are allowed to be released at $60 or $70, no questions asked. Certain games are just not given that privilege, and if your game is in 2D, you definitely, you know, you look at a game like Street Fighter 6, which is like 2D gameplay, but there's enough going on with like the 3D rendering and whatever that it gets like a free pass. Like that game, some people will complain, of course, but you don't really see discourse around Street Fighter 6 where people are like confused that it's not a $40 game. Like, it is being positioned as a flagship title worthy of a big price tag, and it's really like that marketing and positioning of games that like tends to determine that kind of thing. Like, Nintendo confidently prices their games, you know, high and never drops the price, and they have established that pattern over a very long time. And sure, you can look at something like 1-2 Switch being like, okay, that seems expensive for that, and whatever, sure. I don't buy many Switch games. I don't like paying that amount of money for something I'm not likely to play much. But I have to give them credit for not devaluing their games. And people still, you know, the Nintendo audience at least are loyal and fine with that. Whereas with a lot of the rest of the industry, it's kind of a race to the bottom. And I think I want to imagine that we are on a trajectory towards greater acceptance of different types of games. And I think I want to imagine, again, you look at things like, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 was brought up. Yeah, like, people are taking notice that, ooh, okay, maybe we can do something like this. Or, you know, maybe we can let a passionate developer do what they want to do. Fucking move. This fucking character, by the way, this fucking wooden robot, both of these characters. Samurai Showdown 5 and 6 introduced some wild fucking characters. And because yeah, again, like AAA shit just isn't really sustainable, and I would like to see. I fucking love that meme, you know, about I want developers to be paid more to work less to make uglier games that are shorter or whatever, right? Like, and I'm not even joking. I feel that way for sure, and I want, from whatever direction it has to come, like the acceptance and understanding of like, hey, dude, this can be a simpler or smaller thing. I mean, obviously it's subjective in my taste, like, but in the past however many years, the games that I've been the most excited for as far as new releases have, most of them have not been AAA games, especially not when it comes to like artistic expression. But I think beyond that, like, just being okay with being excited for smaller things, and being okay with like these bigger, like, that there exists an audience that maybe don't care about anything outside of GTA and Madden and FIFA and whatever, but it's not sustainable to try to market everything to them, just, or like making everything for that audience. The whole live service thing, I think hopefully we're kind of on the other side of that bump. Sony announcing that they were working on like 12 live service games, and 3 of them have been canceled, and one of them is Helldivers 2, I guess. So I mean, there is that, but I don't know. It's a weird, complicated thing, but I hope that like on some level, like, none of that's going to be sort of fixed, and video games aren't going to be like, I'm only going to become more of an old, out of touch man, right? So I'm not going to get increasingly catered to by the industry at large, but that's fine. I'm happy to exist in a smaller niche as long as that can exist, and that's cool. I think there will and are and should be room for all kinds of smaller sort of subsections of the markets, but my biggest sort of hope is simply the abandonment of the idea, or at least like being open-minded to alternatives to the idea that video games, whether we're talking about art or game design for that matter, is some kind of linear progression where anything new is by definition making something old obsolete. I think there are extremely few things in game design and in game art that are truly made obsolete by something that came later. Ideas are refined, techniques are refined, but I think as long as you engage with the game on its terms, anything, no matter how archaic, can still be something really interesting and entertaining. So the idea that like 3D graphics, well, that's great, we don't need 2D anymore. Like, again, it's such a simple comparison, but like, sculpture did not make paintings obsolete. Like, you know, I like action figures, but I like drawings too. And I think it's absurd and just so incredibly just idiotic to think of video game graphics that way. That like 3D is better than 2D, or you know, high fidelity realism is better than a cool drawing or pixel art or fucking whatever. And I think it's at least nice that even if it is currently limited to mobile stuff, free-to-play stuff, and to a degree Nintendo stuff, which is Nintendo's kind of in their own world, that there are and can be huge games that have a sort of cartoony art style or something that isn't chasing that sort of high detail, high fidelity. I had an angry mini rant on Twitter when there's that Marvel Overwatch game. Was it called Marvel Rivals, I think? And there's like it's in like closed beta or something right now, but there's been some footage of it coming out, and there was this like video clip of someone kind of going through the character page of showing all the characters like skins and their sort of intro animations and stuff. And my instant reaction seeing it is just being so pissed off, not with the way it looks, but the fact that, like, some nitpicks aside, I don't like the costume designs, but like the actual comic book superhero-y feel of it is like awesome. The animation and presentation, the VFX, like it looks super exciting and super cool, and a million times more appealing than these, you know, the Sony Spider-Man games or whatever else, like you know, Suicide Squad or Injustice or whatever. Like it's exciting. It's like a cartoon come to life. It looks cool, and it's like, yeah, because it's a free-to-play game, so you're allowed to do that. But if it's like a prestige console game, then it has to look, then you have to have real people, real actors portraying these characters, and I'm so pissed. It's so exhausting that that's how it is. That said, you know, Marvel Rivals existing and looking visually pleasing is cool, but it's you know, like we talked about this, I guess it was I can't remember if it was Summer Game Fest or Game Awards, but Arcane releasing that first teaser for their Blade game, and it's like it's not a comic book look, but the characters have like some tiny amount of, like, you can see what they look like, and you can tell that they're clearly not attempting to look like real human actors in a film. And those are like the tiny victories we have to celebrate, because you look at the CG trailers for that whatever Black Panther Captain America thing, like, yep, it's like super realism. Sony Spider-Man shit, yep, it's all super realism. That's just like the expectation of big budget comic book shit. And it's fucking depressing that, like, what's the last like visually exciting comic book game? Ultimate Spider-Man on the PS2. I mean, that whole thing, of course, it's like a combination of the general video game artistry shit combined with the fact that superheroes are now largely the domain of big blockbuster movies as opposed to comic books themselves. But yeah, it's depressing looking at how fucking sick comic book shit looked like. Not even just with the Capcom 2D things, even like X-Men Mutant Academy or whatever, like they weren't amazing looking games in comparison, but you were allowed to put superheroes in spandex in those days. But nowadays, that seems off the table. Ugh. Yeah, Blade is Arcane Leon, which was not disbanded, correct? Apologies for like basically not reading chat for this entire rant. It's just the nature of things. But I appreciate the discussion. I don't think we'll be free from cinematic realism fidelity creep until the culture of games continues to escape the guilty pleasure shame that too many people still feel. It has to feel like movies to be commonly acceptable because art styles provoke conversation and normal people hate talking about art. Makes them feel at the end of the day. Yeah, I think I don't disagree with any of that. There's definitely, I mean, I hate the concept of a guilty pleasure to begin with. But that's not me taking issue with what you're saying, Taco, because I agree. Like, I think that puts a pin on it where it's like there's this feeling of inferiority, I guess, where like having something look like a movie means you made it to the big leagues, and that's just, I guess, like one other expression of that same idea of like marketers having dictated and defined what a big deal in video games looks like, despite the fact that you have things like Fortnite and Hades or whatever else that you can easily point to. Not to say that like anyone can make a game look like anything and it will sell just as well, but I mean, like it's still like you have to be something like Cuphead or Hades or something. And even then, like, you're partially marketing yourself on the novelty of being super polished in a totally different direction. But I think another interesting point of reference is like the Spider-Verse movies, right? There's simultaneously this like 20-year-old established idea of what superheroes should look like on film. And there is this, I guess about 20 to 30-year-old idea of what animated films should look like. And along comes the Spider-Verse movies to kind of shake things up and say like, well, you know, you could do it like this though. And it's like super obviously self-evident looking at it that like it looks fucking sick. And people, you know, audiences have responded. That's not to say that anyone could have done that at any point, because obviously it takes tremendous amount of artistry and skill to pull it off, both, you know, and the technical skill for that matter. And, you know, you can look at things like that TMNT movie from last year, and I'm sure there will be others that you can look at and say, oh, it's there, you know, it's kind of a Spider-Verse sort of a vibe. And I hope we see more influence. But it's still annoying. It's like tiresome that it's still a novelty, and it's still like, ooh, you know, they're doing one of those, as opposed to like, wait, fuck, we can just do shit that looks good, and we can do interesting things, and we can have, you know, character designs express personality. And we can have colors in our superhero comic book thing. Like, I feel like it's, to me, there's something very similar about the Spider-Verse movies being, I mean, obviously they're good films also, that helps, but even that aside, like the visuals are arresting and people love the visuals separate, I think, from loving the movies themselves. Like even if the movies weren't good, people would still be praising the visuals. I think there's a parallel to be drawn between that and specific individual like indie darlings, or, you know, whether it's a Cuphead or a Hades or an Untitled Goose Game or something kind of blowing up and people not having to express that, you know, shame, as you put it, Taco, of like, it's okay. Like, I don't know if it's just because they hit critical mass or what it is. I'm sure you have some people who are like, wouldn't admit that Spider-Verse looked sick until it had like a, you know, 98% crowd rating on Rotten Tomatoes or whatever, and be like, oh, well, I guess I am allowed to like it, so in that case it looks cool. But like, I'm sure that's a factor to a degree. If nothing else, people, you know, things blowing up will put more eyes on it and they will realize that it's sick. But again, it's just like frustrating that there seems to be a limit for how many of those things are allowed to kind of break through, and someone, I feel like, can look at Spider-Verse or Hades and say, oh, this is sick, and in the same breath they'll look at, I don't know, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown and say, $50? This is a mobile trash game. You know, it's like, ugh, come on, just like, please connect the dots and like stop being a moron about it. Have I checked out X-Men 97 yet? I have not. I don't have Disney Plus, and I kind of already have more. I'm paying for more subscriptions than I use, so I've not felt compelled to start paying for Disney Plus also. I also, to add to my list of caveats here, I've never watched the original X-Men cartoon because I don't know if it was on TV here. It definitely wasn't, so I got to see it. So I have no attachment to that. And also, I'm terrible at like watching TV shows and making time for it. But having said all those things, people seem to go apeshit over X-Men 97, so I'm definitely interested in watching it. I would just be a little bit careful to put it in terms of I have not seen it yet. I would like to, but it is not a foregone conclusion that I will. I never watched the 90s X-Men TV show because it was not on TV. It's very simple. It is one of several shows that was not available to me that I did not watch as a result of it not being available to me. But it also would have probably come on at a time where I would have felt way too cool and too old to watch cartoons. And also it would have been dubbed to Swedish, which would have made me completely unable to take it even remotely seriously. Socrates says, IMO, a much bigger reason games keep chasing the prestige of movies is because of all the fossils in charge of budgets who think games need a certain level of respectability in order to be truly successful. I mean, I don't think you're off the mark entirely, but I think you're... I mean, it's definitely true that there's a lot of decision-making dinosaurs in all kinds of media. But I think those dinosaurs have powers beyond just decision making. I think they have a power to influence and color people's ideas of what they want. Like, I think it's a kind of a self-perpetuating thing, right? Where these are the people that to some degree or another get to dictate not just... You know, they don't just get to say that we need to pursue this movie-like presentation to be successful. They're simultaneously kind of the people who also make the decision to go in that direction and then announce, look, we went in this direction, see how successful this is. They get to sort of they kind of get to say that Mario Kart 8 doesn't count. They're the ones who get to form the narrative of disregarding, you know, the things that don't match that perception, and by extension, selling that narrative to the consumers. I think. I think there is probably a growing segment of people who feel frustrated with endless, you know, doomed to fail live service, infinite, you know, third job kind of a game or whatever, you know. But there is still the group of people who get mad at a Prince of Persia game being 2D and $50. I don't know. Gundam says more attached to Spider-Man. Yeah, like I said, I didn't really watch any of those cartoons. Like, Spider-Man, I vaguely recall being on TV at least. Batman was on TV here, but I didn't really watch that either. Because again, I would have been... I guess, like, I would have been around 10, maybe, when they were here, on TV here. Which obviously isn't, like, too old, but it was... My main memories of like watching cartoons on TV was definitely before that. I mean, I was around that time, I was getting into anime and stuff. So I think I just like, but definitely stuff being in Swedish would be a big turn off in general. Like a lot of things I just didn't. Like, I don't know, Swedish dubs were always like just kind of terrible. But I mean, like, I remember watching DuckTales, I watched TMNT, but I frankly don't have like a ton of memories of cartoons that I followed and watched and like remember too many episodes of. But definitely Spider-Man and Batman were like something here and there, but not much more than that. Yeah, Pastry, I'm Swedish. Yeah, Taco, I don't expect X-Men 97 to require... I don't think I would be lost watching it without having watched the old series. I just mean that I'm not part of the crowd who were like frothing to watch this show. It was announced because the premise of bringing back my beloved childhood TV show. I have no such relation to it. That's all I meant. There may have been a point where video games were really looked down on as a hobby, but that's been going down steadily for quite some time. I agree with that, of course. But I think there's a lot of people who are into video games who see themselves as kind of either victims or like they have a need for validation. I mean, there's obviously, you know, you have shit like the, you know, the viral news stories about the kid who got the first, like, full kill screen on NES Tetris, which is, like, an insane, sick achievement. And you have, like, newscasters being like, oh, video games, you should go out for a walk instead. I don't know what your parents taught you or whatever, you know, like, just dumb shit like that. That's very much a thing. But it's still, I mean, yeah, video games are of course more sort of mainstream than ever, but there's definitely still that idea, I think, of you know, trying to convince Roger Ebert that video games are art. Whether you're like, I don't know, Cliffy B or someone just excited that The Last of Us on HBO is a good show or whatever the fuck, like, it's just, there's a lot of that still, I think. And even, I mean, even that whole thing of like the video games being art and like I think a large group of people still feeling that like the best evidence for video games being art is the stuff about video games that lean the absolute furthest toward just pretending to be movies, which I think is pretty stupid. What's up, Helvetica Scenario? Going out for a walk is overrated? I don't know about that. I mean, I like some going out for walks, but there's no substitute for video games. That much is true. Why is it important that video games are art or not? I mean, they are, period. It's not it's not much of a discussion in my opinion, but it doesn't really matter. My point is more that, like, to some people, I guess it's like, I guess some people find it really important. I couldn't really give you a good answer to that, but I understand it's a kind of rhetorical question anyway. There's a lot of fucking dumb people that have opinions on video games. That's for sure. But I think at the end of the day, you can do so much incredibly cool looking shit in games that efforts and resources being spent doing not exciting cool shit is unfortunate. I stopped the timer at like 53 minutes a while ago. I think I played for like 35 minutes and then I ranted for another half hour after this. I was like considering whether or not we should do another game, but then I talked about video game art for another hour, and it is now 10 minutes past midnight. I think our video games art thing is part of a discussion way outside the scope of this. I agree. I'm as you might notice, I'm trying to corral this dialogue in a direction of not opening a gigantic can of worms 5 hours 38 minutes deep into a fairly ranty stream. What's up, Nikita Lobo? I mean, I think the cinematic tools can absolutely be used within the context of a video game, but they're not, when applied the same way, it's by definition the least, like, well, not the least interesting thing you can do with a game, but the least interesting thing about video games as a medium. To me, it's like comparable to saying, to pointing at a movie and saying the best part of this movie, or the most artistic part of this movie, is when there is text on screen, or there's a still image with no audio. You know, that can be a powerful moment, or it can be a cool thing, but it's not like, it's hardly the medium of film showing its strength, right? And I feel similarly about, like, cutscenes being the pinnacle of video game. It's like, it's nonsensical. I think video games are only art if they're about mental health, and if they have blood or tits, they're disgusting porn that must be locked up. Yep, that's I mean, it makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. It's not a discussion that should be done this deep into the night. I'm definitely on, like, if I was in my 20s, this would be what I felt like at like 5 a.m. after being up all night. It is now just after midnight, and I just about feel that way. But I could keep ranting for a long while still. I probably should not, because who knows where that would take us. But not every game should be arcade nonsense every time, but games that like 80% could be a movie is worthless too. I mean, I think there's room for everything. My complaint isn't with people who make games that are too much like movies. I think there are games that are awesome that have very little interactivity. My complaint isn't with, like, my complaint isn't that such and such is a bad way to make a game. It's that such and such is, like, the idea that, well, it's two things, I guess. The idea that the sort of pinnacle of expression within games as a medium is the things like the closer a game gets to being a movie, the better it is, or the more artsy it is, or the more worthy it is. Like, that's stupid. But even the general idea of sort of gatekeeping what a game should be on those merits, I think, is kind of stupid as well. I think there's room for everything, and I think everything is valid, and not everything has to be, you know, not every game shoulders the responsibility of being the pinnacle of what video games can and should aspire to be. But we're getting extremely, I can't even call it sidetracked anymore. I don't even know what we're talking about. I feel slightly dissatisfied in having been extremely off the rails in just babbling about, even by my standards, babbling about things with zero idea of some kind of core thesis or point I'm even trying to make. But parallel track drifting, pretty much. I'm doing donuts on like 6 parallel tracks. An Ouroboros of rambling that is going absolutely nowhere. I enjoy these discussions, but I feel like I'm at my limit of trying to rein things back in to tie things together in any kind of remotely satisfying way. But I don't know. The thing I would like to sort of summarize things with, which is something we discussed at some point an hour ago, is the idea that, like, general audiences having or like, again, the dream I have of a future world where there is a wider acceptance for different visual and artistic expressions, and I think there are a lot of things to point at to say that we are moving in that direction. There are a lot of things to point at to say that we have a lot of, you know, distance still to go. Will that culminate in a Street Fighter 9 with 2D pixel art? I doubt it. But I would love to see, I really would hope that one day we get a Street Fighter game that looks like or gives me the same sort of aesthetic pleasures as the god tier paintings and artwork from the Capcom art team in the 90s. And I mean, even today, there's a lot of illustrations made for Street Fighter 6 that are sick. And like a future Street Fighter game making a strong effort to render its in-game visuals in a way that is, you know, doesn't specifically have to be emulating a particular style or artist from the kind of golden age of Capcom. But as an example, doing that, or just like having a strong artistic expression that doesn't feel like it is leaning on realistic fidelity in its rendering. I don't know. I think Street Fighter 6 looks good, but I would love to see what it might look like if it had, you know, if it didn't try to render any aspects of its visuals realistically, I guess. That's the main, the big sort of takeaway from me with all like what's going on. That, you know, it's, I hope more people can open up their eyes to both games can be meaningful and exciting despite not being the biggest thing in the world, but also that 2D art can be fucking sick, completely irrespective of its technical sophistication. Like, people need to fucking dumb it down and use their eyeballs and realize that if something looks cool, it looks cool. A lot of people, I feel like, have really deep set preconceived notions of what something, you know, you have to be this tall to be a video game worthy of taking seriously or whatever. I think that's nonsense, and I would hope that more people would come to agree with my point of view over time. Read a snippet on Google that mentioned that someone was gonna finish and release Tadaku Tenshi. Was that a thing, and have I heard of it? It definitely sounds familiar. I don't know if that was an XR Arcadia thing. It definitely sounds like it would be an XR Arcadia thing. X Arcadia announced like 9 games at Evo Japan. I don't think that was among them, but whatever it was, I know what you're talking about. I remember hearing about it. I don't know if it was anything to get super excited by, and I don't just mean that in the sense of X Arcadia stuff being inaccessible outside of Japanese arcades. Didn't seem, from what I can recall hearing, that it would be some grand thing, maybe, but who knows? Who knows? But I think it was definitely a while back. You must be this tall to be sick, yeah. And that's the mindset that people have, and I for one salute our short kings as well. On that note, I think we'd better wrap things up. I guess we'll just shut this down. That's how I turn off a PS4. Rest mode. I should probably have turned it off properly because I'm not going to boot this up for another month or two. Probably, well, whatever. Screw that. I think these kind of random conversations that happen are always a good time, and these streams in particular tend to foster a lot of this type of conversation. I feel bad about not being able to come up with some semblance of structure to even what I was trying to say, but I guess that's what happened when we slip into these conversations this deep into a stream. We didn't necessarily get to a ton of games, but we did have a relatively smooth stream without too much technical hassle. Let me just find this game on the list on the spreadsheet so I don't forget. Yeah, there we go. Let me mark this off. Okay, my PS4 is making weird noises, but well, whatever. I guess it's fine that we don't keep a super high pace, given that we're catching up. We're playing more games than I am adding to the list. I guess probably the way it should be. Even at this slower pace. We almost defeated all the robots. Dude, I want to play Rise 2 more. I cannot justify or explain it, but I don't think I will, but I do kind of want to beat it. I had an amazing time tonight. This was so much fun. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you especially to Basehole, who showed tremendous generosity with subs and bits and all kinds of stuff. I will tally the points, but I can say with certainty that we have definitely covered another daily quota for Q branch research funding with all that stuff. So we are getting closer to unlocking the next Games Bond bonus game. And speaking of, stream will be back tomorrow with more Games Bond. We will continue and hopefully finish Everything or Nothing. Let me figure out here if we can find some kind of raid target. Why don't we hop on over to World of Jiggy as I try to find a browser window when I can see who else is streaming. Let's see what is going on. Who streams at this hour? Let's see. Well, it looks like I guess we stream them, but fuck it, we might as well. Dino Please is scootin'. Oh, this sure looks like gaming. This ties in beautifully with our little air bike scene here. Let's go raid Dino. Let's watch some exciting scooter action and see how that goes. Thanks again for hanging out, everybody. Have a nice rest of your weekend in case I don't see you tomorrow. And see you guys around.